I'm sitting in my chair late at night, watching crime unfold under the pale moonlight. From the darkest corner, stories unfold. True crime jewels, she's brash and she is bold. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep into the mysteries that never sleep. From missing kids in Tennessee to angry husbands named Barry. True crime's calling, and we're taking the time. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. This True Crime Jewels got what you need. From missing people to twisted minds, we're unraveling secrets old Barry tried to hide. Every clue, every twist and turn. In the world of crime, there's always more to learn. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep into the mysteries that never sleep. From Christopher's anger to Stephen Fisher's lies. The truth is calling, and justice won't be denied. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. True crime jewels on the YouTube streets. Lights are low, suspense is high. We're chasing truth, we spot every lie. Step into the darkness, hold on tight. Two flashlights out there in the dead of night. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep. Barry Morphew's case is hot. A boy in Tennessee won't be left behind. From the coldest cases to the ones that shine, true crime's calling, and we're taking the time. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. This True Crime Jewels got what you need. We're always watching Barry and waiting for the truth. In the world of crime, we discuss the proof. So hit that play and join the true crime journey with Jewels of Thought and her gemstone family.
All right, people. I hope you guys are doing great this Sunday afternoon, March the 2nd, 2025. Margaret Lyons, welcome. You are all here all the way from Ontario, Canada. You're amazing. Yep, me too. Watching for Morphew every step of the way because I feel it's only a matter of time, Margaret. Old Barry is going down. All right. So Hoppy, welcome, my friend. It's good to see you. St. Elmo's Fire, one of my favorite movies of all time. Alessia, good to see you. Jane, dear, can you please unblock Justice Jane? Of course, I'm happy to. All right, now then, I'm going to start with, well, first of all, I got to try to deal with this silly photograph of me blocking my screen. You guys don't want to look at me, do you? I'm just old. Here we go. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Now then, we've got some updates on Mr. Morphew and those things having to do with, sadly, the failure to prosecute a man who seemed to help hide a terrible crime, shall we say. This woman that you're looking at here, of course, if you guys have been a part of this, following this case of Suzanne Mormon Morphew, going missing from Salida, Colorado, originally from Indiana, then you know exactly who this woman is. She is actually a failed, disbarred district attorney from Colorado. And she's got a world of hurt. I mean, this woman's got, she is coming at her from all sides, rightly so. But don't mistake for a moment that Barry Morphew is pleased about the negative attention that Linda Stanley has attracted. Because the truth is that Barry and his lovely flower of an attorney, they were set to sue Linda Stanley in Colorado for a lot of money. Millions. Right, Barry? You're kind of a little down on your luck right now, right, buddy? Living in a trailer, I believe. That is quite a fall from grace. I myself, Barry, have been to that beautiful house on the side of the mountain in Colorado. I've been there. And wow, how the mighty have fallen. Yeah. I mean, Harold's restaurant and biker bar. My goodness, Barry. Could it get any worse? Oh, yes, it could, couldn't it? You could actually end up losing your attorney and losing your chance at millions of dollars because they actually disbarred this woman. And now the counties of Fremont, Chaffee, and Custer, they themselves are suing Miss Stanley. And what ended up happening is this effectively finished any hopes at all that Barry Morphew had of suing the state of Colorado or Chaffee County. So when Suzanne's body was found, that was the dominoes for the end. And Barry knows that he's just he knows that right now as we speak, the dominoes are cascading down toward him. He knows it's only a matter of time. He knows that the obstacles of, first of all, getting District Attorney Linda Stanley disbarred, that was number one. The second is for Fremont, Custer, and Chaffee counties to recoup their cash that this crazy woman lost, squandered in essence, because she's simply incompetent. The investigation and prosecution against Barry Morphew was dramatically mishandled. I mean, dare I say it? At times, it looks like it was purposefully mishandled. Is that what happened, Barry? You and Linda got a little something on the down low. I mean, not only did your housing change dramatically from that gorgeous log cabin on the hill to your little trailer you're living in on the side of the road, but it looks like you downsized women too. Like, really downsized, because Suzanne was gorgeous, beautiful woman. And I don't know, Linda scares me a little with her Starsky and Hutch leathers. But anyway, regardless of whether it was done on purpose or not, that's wild speculation on my part. I have no reason to believe that that's actually truth. I'm just kind of trolling Barry a little bit. It's been a long time since we kind of gave him hell. So Linda is being sued for a lot of money. And so the boards of county commissioners for Chaffee, Custer, and Fremont counties, they had filed on this past Thursday, just like 3 or 4 days ago, they filed a joint default entry against Linda Stanley. She was served a lawsuit in December of this past year, and she was supposed to be in court last Tuesday, and she failed to appear. So, let's see, the 3 counties allege that Linda Stanley engaged in fraud and civil theft. Much of it was for legal fees that were incurred to defend herself against allegations of violations of the Colorado Rules of Professional Conduct, as well as ethical violations. And the total amount that was originally filed was in the tune of $111,971. So through some accounting processes, They downgraded it from $111,971. They downgraded it to $99,516. And yes, Linda, 60 cents. So these charges, though, this 99,000, they're actually subject to something that they call treble charges. And what treble charges are, it's where the counties are awarded up to 3 times the actual damages or the compensatory damages. And so this money clearly can balloon into a shocking amount to the tune of about 298,550 big ones. Linda, what were you thinking, dear? You at least should have made an appearance and tried somehow to worm your way out of part of this, because you're, by all intent purposes, if you just fail to show and you just don't answer at all, you are found guilty immediately. So you're done, Linda. Not only have you lost your job, not only have you been disbarred, you now will have a judgment against you of around $300,000, plus you're going to have to pay costs and service fees, post-judgment interest, and that interest is 8% per year. It is a stiff one, Linda. It's compounded annually, and it will continue to accrue from the date of judgment until you have paid off every dime of the $298,550. Barry, there's something about this, Barry. You and the lovely Iris, you guys figured that you would, sue Colorado, sue Linda Stanley, and that you would get millions of dollars. You now lost any standing to sue anyone, but Linda Stanley is now going to be paying the actual counties that are going to be bringing your ass to jail. So they're probably real happy to get that $300,000 plus 8% interest compounded annually, because that's going to really go a long way to helping house you and feed you, Barry. Stanley was this kind of a funny story. She was actually served in Park County, Colorado. She was at her home. It was on December the 14th. The process server said clearly, she knew who Linda Stanley was. So she recognized her. And when she presented the information and stuck it into Linda's hot little hand, guess what Linda did? She said, no, I'm not Linda. Okay. My name is Julie. All right. So that's kind of a little bit of a funny story. Man, there's a lot of people engaging in some illegal shenanigans in Chaffee County. Very interesting. So the defendant Linda Stanley has failed to plead, defend, or otherwise respond to the summons and the complaints. More than 21 days have passed since the date of personal service on defendant in Colorado, and default judgment may now be entered. Let me see a little background and history on I'm not Linda. My name is Julie. She started her term as district attorney in January 2020. She was officially disbarred November the 1st, 2024. And you know that Barry Morphew was sitting in his cheap little trailer beside the biker bar saying, ha ha, got you, Linda. Who's laughing now? Well, I don't know if I would be celebrating so much, Barry, because once they get all finished and done with Linda, guess who they're coming for, Barry? Guess who they're coming for? That's right. King Chipmunk himself. During Linda Stanley's term, she and several of her prosecutors in her office were respondents in cases of alleged ethical violations against the presiding disciplinary judge. This was brought by the Attorney Regulation Council for the big state of Colorado. The Office of the Presiding Disciplinary Judge issued an order disbarring Stanley on September 27, 2024, from the practice of law as a result of the 2-week disciplinary hearing in June. And, you know, that is like, all in all, it's just another brick in the wall. That wall, Barry, is the wall that's going to fence you in, buddy. When they come for you, they have been just kind of crawling over each little obstacle that they needed to tidy up and put it away until they finally hit the coup de grace, which will be old Bear. Ain't that right, Barry? You know your time's coming. That's why you're so skinny, right? I mean, you're not the kind of man that drinks and does drugs and stuff like that. I just figured that you're just like super duper anxious and worried. And plus that Arizona heat's pretty tough. That can make you lose a few pounds. My, Barry, you seem to be mighty thin this day. What is that about? I don't know either. Very interesting. So Stanley filed a notice of appeal with the Colorado Supreme Court on September 30th in response to the September 10th disbarment sanction issued by a 3-member state hearing board. The hearing stemmed from a complaint filed by the Office of Attorney Regulation Council alleging 7 claims of violations of the Colorado Rules of Professional Conduct, including reasonable diligence and promptness. I kid you not. Now, Barry can vouch for me, right? Barry, you help our old friend out, right? Barry Morphew can vouch for me that when I say that the prosecutors from Linda Stanley's office do not own an alarm clock, Barry knows I'm telling the truth. Ain't that right, Barry? They could not get to a hearing on time at all. Whether it was an in-person hearing or it was a virtual hearing, every single time they were late. Not 10 minutes late, not 15 or 20 minutes late. We're talking about 30 minutes to an hour late. And I'm thinking, dudes, are you really thinking that this is still college? Get your ass out of bed and get to court. You're supposed to be the professionals here. But they couldn't. So I thought this was very interesting that one of the 7 claims of violations was reasonable diligence and promptness was one of the violations. All right. There were 2 claims where prosecutors had extrajudicial comments. This would be going on a YouTube channel to pretend to be somebody special. And then there were 2 claims: responsibilities of a supervisory lawyer attempt to violate the rules of professional conduct and conduct prejudicial to the administration of justice. And can I just say this? Linda, you should be happy, lady, that they didn't arrest you, that you were not arrested by the fashion police, okay? Sometimes your appearances were questionable just in the clothing you chose to wear. It got a little bit weird for a while there. You thought you were like a Hollywood cop. It was really strange. All right. The lawsuit states that, a pattern of discovery violation. Oh, Barry knows this part. He was there for this one. Because of a pattern of discovery violations during the last few years, one case was dropped from 1st degree to 2nd degree murder. And there were child abuse cases and sexual assault cases that were completely dismissed, including the prosecution of Barry Morphew for the murder of his beautiful bride, Suzanne Mormon Morphew. The lawsuit states that by paying for legal fees that were not necessary expenses of maintaining an office for the transaction of official business, Stanley willfully and knowingly yet fraudulently converted funds appropriated by the counties for her own use and benefit. And this was illegal. It's against law. She couldn't have done it. On June 27th, Fremont County Attorney Eric Balas provided Stanley with notice of the county's allegations that she was misappropriating public funds for her own personal use. Remember, she was using the money to pay her attorneys. After providing the notice, she continued to misappropriate public funds in violation of Colorado law. The county reminded her of the consequences of such violations by written communication on September 25th. I mean, this chick, she is ballsy. You have failed to provide that accounting and have not responded to my correspondence. Ignoring this issue will not make it disappear, and the county will not overlook misappropriation of public funds, especially, Linda, funds of more than $100,000, chick. What were you thinking? Oh, you weren't, were you? You were panicking, weren't you? Huh? For the fraud claim in her budget request meetings with the boards of commissioners, Stanley failed to disclose her intention to use public funds for personal use and matters unrelated to the official operations of the office of the district attorney, and failed to disclose her past use of public funds for personal use and matters unrelated to the official operations of the office of the district attorney. Stanley concealed her expenditures in budget requests and reporting of expenditures with the intention of creating a false impression among it was actually 4 county boards of commissioners. Park County was included in this, but they were not a part of the lawsuit. That's why they're not being named. The claim of civil theft states Stanley knowingly obtained, retained, and exercised control of public funds without authorization and by threat or deception. Fremont County is primarily responsible for filing these court documents. In the event of a successful action, the counties agree to divide the amounts collected, subtracting Fremont County's cost in the same proportion as the counties contributed to the budget of the district attorney. And this news article was filed February the 28th at 10:17 a.m. And so we're talking about like 3-4 days ago. Now then, so Barry, you feeling the pressure, aren't you, Barry? It's coming, buddy. Won't be long now. Make your peace, because it's happening. Now then, the next thing. Excuse me for my cough. The next thing I'm going to do, we're going to take a little listen to a clip. Now, I don't know how to, hold on, I've got a dry throat. Hold on. Okay, I don't know how to. Okay, I'm just going to explain this. Okay, I'm just going to do a bit of a explanation first before I go to this next part, which involves Barry Morphew. So I am not a believer in the dark arts. Okay. That what I mean by that is I don't believe in witchcraft. I don't believe in tarot cards. I don't believe in soothsayers. I don't think that someone can hold a bracelet of mine and know my whole life story. That being said, I am a believer in the Reverend Donna Serafina. And there is a story for that and why that is. Okay. Now, I need to be dealing with reality. And I got to make sure you guys can hear me. I think you can. Can't you? Can y'all hear me? Put a one if you can hear me. It looks like you can hear me. Yeah, I think you can hear me. Hey, Martin. Good to see you. All right. Okay, so y'all can hear me because now you're talking about Fremont County. Don't play. No, they're not. Colorado is finished with this nonsense with Barry Morphew and Linda Stanley. It's nonsensical. It's absurd. And hang on, Suzanne, because they're coming for him. Now then, so the psychic Reverend Donna Serafina, I'm not a believer in these supernatural spiritual things, but I do know what my own experiences are, right? I am in touch with that, and I'm rational, and I had this experience with the Reverend Donna Serafina. And it was that I was listening to her way back. This was involving Chad Daybell, the murder of Tylee and JJ, and I was listening to a reading that she did about these two kids. Now, the kids had not been found at the time. They were gone. Everybody was looking for them. And Lori had been arrested. She was in jail, but the kids were not found. And so, I was listening to this video by the Reverend Donna Serafina, and she was just sort of playing the recording that she made as she's doing this reading involving Tylee and JJ. And it's late at night, and I'm just trying to fall asleep, and, I'm just living my best life. And she begins to describe the location that JJ and Tylee are at. They're deceased, and they're not together, but they're close, and JJ's underneath a tree, and I don't know what I'm looking at with Tylee. I don't know. I don't think this is real. I must be confused. And she was real. You could tell in her own voice that she was in distress, right? And so I was listening, and I was like, why am I listening to this? This is so crazy. But I was just trying to fall asleep. It wasn't like a commitment. I wasn't sitting there with a notebook and a pen to record. I was just trying to fall asleep. And so she's doing this reading, and she's describing it. She's describing what the house looks like. She describes this necklace, all of which comes true, everyone. It comes true 8 months later. I want you to realize that. We're not talking about something that happened a few days apart. I'm talking about I'm listening, and it's like wintertime, right? I'm listening to this, and then 8 months later, they find the kids exactly where she said, and in the exact condition that the Reverend Donna Serafina described during her reading. Don't think I wasn't weirded out. Okay, I was completely freaked out. So I'm listening to her, and she begins to describe dismemberment of this kid. And I thought, okay, this woman is off her rocker. Like, I didn't know when she started talking about dismemberment, I was like, okay, I'm not listening to this. Nope. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear it. No. This is the worst kind of grifting. This is someone willing to do anything to get money. No. And before I could turn it off, do you know what she said? I promise you this is all 100% authentic. Before I could get it turned off, because remember, I'm laying in bed, it's dark, I've got my headphones on, trying to fall asleep. She starts talking about this kid getting dismembered. I'm like, no, thank you. And so I'm trying to get my computer up off the side of the bed so I can, find something different to put on and take her off. And in the meantime, while I'm fumbling with it in the dark, in the middle of the night, trying to do this, you know what she says? She says something like, and I don't remember exact words, but she said something like, I can't be, they're eating her leg. She says this on the video, and I was done. I was like, ugh, this feels evil. This feels awful. What's wrong with this lady? She's insane. No. And that was it. Like, I was finished. All right. Fast forward now, like 6 or 8 months. They find the bodies of JJ and Tylee. And I'm sitting there watching every second on the TV. You remember when Nate Eaton was up in the helicopter, and all that, right? Watching everything. And lo and behold, what do they begin to describe? That Tylee was in fact dismembered and burned. And I'm telling you, I had like this weird flashback kind of, and I said, oh my God, was she right? Do you know, I went back and I pulled the video and I listened again, and she was so right in describing even JJ and the way that he was prepared for death. Do you know what I thought? I thought to myself, oh my God, she is a part of it. This woman must be part of the Lori Vallow preparing a group of people. And she knew about what happened. Because how else do you explain something like that? Right? So I'm like feeling really strange. And then we find out that law enforcement paid her a visit. And so I was like, see, other people are thinking the same thing. But actually, she was working with the police to try to help them. So at that point, y'all, I got to tell you, I'm not a tarot card person. I don't believe in telling the future. I don't read my horoscopes. I don't believe in any of that. But I'm going to tell you something. Reverend Donna Serafina, her daughter died. And she says that she did not have any of these abilities until her child died. And now her daughter like brings people to her. So she doesn't know, she can't see all the cases. She can't find just anyone. It's just sometimes somebody comes up, right? Well, I was very interested because I am horrified at the way that Barry Morphew treated Suzanne Morphew in life. And Suzanne didn't deserve that. And people living in domestic violence situations, they're often not valued when they are damaged or they're killed. And I feel like this is a personal investment to make sure this son of a bitch goes to jail for what he did to her. So, there is a shared interest that women need to stick together against some of this law enforcement mess that tend to side with the men and say, oh, the little lady's just a little over emotional. No, there are women that are being terrorized by their husbands, period. And yes, there are some husbands being terrorized by their wives as well. But women don't typically have the ability to choke a man to death or hit him and cause his death, whereas many, many, many men can end the life of their wife in moments just because of sheer size and strength, right? So I have a personal investment in this thing with Suzanne Morphew. So when I started to do the video to talk about today, I wanted to bring this up because it is, again, it's another situation like JJ and Tylee, where somehow the Reverend Donna Serafina is seeing something. She she is tapped into something. And I'm not going to say what it is. I'm not going to say it's tapping into. I'm not as inclined to say that she's tapping into a metaphysical, like a life after death type. It's not my. It's only my opinion, y'all. I don't have the answers to these things. This is what I think of for myself. Do I really believe she's in touch with people that have passed? Or is there more evidence that maybe she's tapping into people that are alive and they're having like a shared consciousness experience? So in the case of Suzanne, JJ and Tylee, maybe somehow she was actually making contact with Chad or with Lori Vallow, and they were kind of sharing thoughts. There is reason to believe. I'm talking about empirical research that would support that kind of thing. So if Lori was there when it happened, then maybe that's how she can see what happened to JJ and Tylee was just because she was seeing it through Lori's stream of consciousness. Same thing with Suzanne Morphew. Maybe it's a stream of consciousness. She was seeing it actually through Barry's memories, right? So I don't know what the answer is. I'm not saying I do know. I'm just trying to get I am absolutely, let me be clear. I am absolutely 100% convinced that Donna Serafina is authentic. She's real. Like, I don't know how she's doing it. I don't know what it is, but I know that she's had some extraordinary experiences that she just says that her daughter helps her. Her daughter appears or comes to her and has this information, right? So I'm a believer in that, but you know, I would like to understand more. But nevertheless, so yes, she did do multiple readings. She did do multiple readings related to the disappearance of Suzanne Morphew. And so we're going to listen to this first one right here. She's talking about where Suzanne can be found. Like what the area looks like in which Suzanne is left buried or whatever after death.
And I'm seeing a specific tree, and I wish I knew the type of the tree. Like, I'm starting to feel like if I'm going to do these things cross country, I'm going to have to get familiar with all these other locations and types of trees and types of animals and stuff. But because I'm seeing a specific kind of tree. This specific tree has, I don't think it's a pine tree. Okay, so I would say what it's not that kind. And it's a thicker tree, and it has like a thicker part going up, which obviously I guess all trees do. But and off to the left branch, it looks kind of interesting because if you had a left and right branch, the left branch, it grows up where it's like almost looks like a second tree.
Now, please remember this, left or right. That would depend on what side of the tree you're standing on, correct? If you're looking at the tree straight on, and the offshoot branch is right in front of you, it's only just going to look like a regular tree. It's not going to be a two-part tree. But if you moved around to the other side, then you would see that. So don't get too bogged down in the left versus right. And here's why I say that. The location that Suzanne was buried was actually in an area where there were roads on three sides of where she was at. So basically you would have been able to see the tree from three different perspectives.
It's gone sharing a lot of the energy of the tree with it. But then the branch on the right is just a small branch in comparison. And it's really distinctive looking. this distinctive tree, so you would, if you're searching, you'll be able to recognize it. You look at a weird tree and go, that is the weirdest looking tree. How that one, and it grows low to the ground. I mean, it feels like it wouldn't. That branch that goes off to the left, that almost seems to form its own tree. It feels like it wouldn't be more than 3 or 4 feet off the ground, but then on the right side is so distinctive. Like, what the heck happened to that branch? It's like a.
Okay, so she gets really honed in on this branch that is connected to the tree, but it, up to about 3 feet, it looks like it may be part of the tree, but then all of a sudden it looks like it's a different part of the tree. So hang on just a second. Okay, so there's a tree. And here's the weird thing. This area that Suzanne was found in, they ain't no trees. Okay. Finding a tree in the area is an act of futility. If you know, sorry. Man, I love my touchscreen, but it sure can be a problem. Hold on. Hang on, sister. That's not it. I lost my part. Right here. Okay. So this is the location where they found Suzanne's body. And I want you to notice we're talking about just a high plains desert, right? This is after you get past the mountains. You can see the beginning of the mountains. That's actually not the beginning of the mountains. That's the San Juan Mountains that you're looking at. But if you were to be able to turn to the left, you would see the bigger mountains of the Rocky Mountains. And then once you drove an hour, then you would be near Salida, and now you're in the mountains. Okay, so it's a kind of a weird place. But the main thing to that you should really hone in on is it's just solid, flat nothingness your eye can see for miles and miles and miles. I drove out there. It's quite beautiful. It really is. And it's dramatically, it's the exact extreme of the Rocky Mountains. And it's really something to see. But notice, do you see any trees? Because there's not any. And then there's this one lone soldier right there, and across from the street, the dirt road from the big tree, that is exactly where Suzanne was found. Look, Reverend Donna Serafina, I don't know if you ever listen to my channel or anything, but thank you, because you have definitely opened up my experience that I'm willing to accept. There may be more to a metaphysical life than I've previously been willing to embrace. You clearly are in touch somehow, clearly, with your daughter. Okay, so that is, you can see the people. This is, dare I say it, a bobcat, like a little bulldozer. So they're digging. These are investigators standing around right here. So please, again, notice how flat. Do you see any trees anywhere? And then, like I said, this is the San Juan Mountains right here. This is just a little further out. I used to know the mile marker. I've forgotten now. We tracked it down one day on Google Maps. And oh My God, what is it you see? There it is. There it is. And I want you to look everywhere. Do you want to know why we drove out here? I drove out here not because I was interested in seeing the resting place of Suzanne Morphew. I wanted to see the damn tree. I have really been struggling with this thing with Reverend Donna Serafina. I wanted to see the tree. There it is. There is not another tree within miles. And this is a large tree now. I'm telling you, it's a big tree. Now, what I wanted to draw attention to is this. So here's the main part of the tree, right? And it looks like a normal tree. There's your bottommost branch right there. What is that? It just grows out of just like about a foot off the ground. There's just this bizarre, just like this offshoot of it's not a branch. It looks almost like another tree growing out the side of this tree. And look how straight it is compared to all the other branches that are, doing what normal branches do, right? Look at that. Isn't that strange? How did she do that? Someone explain to me how. I don't understand. Isn't that something? Like, even when you're standing there looking at it, you can't believe it. Like, when you're standing there looking at it, you're going, what is wrong with that tree? Like, how did this just start growing out the side of a tree? I have no answers. I have no idea. If you were to cut this part off, just gone, you'd have a regular, normal looking tree. It's really fascinating. And then you can see now you're at an angle that you can really see where the tree grows up. And then this one, there's just this straight zoop right up, like if you weren't close enough, you would even think it might be a separate tree, but it's not. It grows out a foot or two maybe from the dirt, from the ground. That's it. That is no other trees anywhere around. We go all the way back. I'm sure Martin knows what mile marker it is. Now, that's a different angle. This angle, they actually parked the car. They had to walk out into the desert. So where they're taking this picture, they're not on a dirt road. So there is a dirt road. You see the people here? There's a dirt road in between where the people are standing and where the tree is. There's a little shed, like a little lean-to underneath the tree. And so the main highway is running, not the main highway. The highway that runs through town is over here. And then the main highway that would take you up to Salida is right over here. So this would be like, how should I describe it? Kind of like town would be at your back. But they had to leave the road and walk into like the underbrush so that they could get this photograph that would have where they were working, where they found Suzanne, then the tree. And the main road going in back to Salida is all the way back over here. And town is to the right. That's the news media. And there is the one lone tree in this whole area. And it has the strangest growth pattern. It's very interesting. I mean, look for yourself. There's still no other trees anywhere. There's another farm. Let me say this. There's another farm. If you keep going the way this thing is going, there's another farm, maybe 2 miles up. Maybe it's not 2 miles. Yeah, maybe a mile or two up to the left. And they've got a few trees too, but they're smaller. They're not big like that. This is the one single tree. And I had even made the comment at the time when they found her, and we were looking on Google Maps and kind of talking about it. I had said at the time, maybe he chose that area because that tree was in fact the only landmark. There wouldn't have been any other landmark there. Look how flat it is. I wondered if that's why he chose that area, was just that it would allow for some sort of future recognition. See? No trees. No trees. No trees. And yet, Reverend Donna Serafina absolutely called it. Now, I do want to give credit to Matt Block Inc. He has a YouTube channel, and I meant to have his link. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Let me put it in my chat. And Matt has a ton of Suzanne Morphew, Barry Morphew content. So I hope you'll go over and listen. Yeah, these are actually Barry's hunting grounds. He actually went exactly to this area for elk hunting. So yeah, Barry, you going down, buddy. You know what I mean? You are going down. Now then, guess what? We have a Barry sighting. You know what, Barry? Now you know how those little chipmunks feel, don't you? Being hunted. You're being hunted, Barry. There he is, right there. Now, remember what he used to look like, okay? And I thought, I should put a picture up of Barry, like, before the stress of all this. And I said, nah, don't. Okay. So here he is. Yet, look how thin he is. Very, very, very thin. Like, when you see his shoulders, you'll be able to see, you can see, like, the bones in his shoulders. So, here he is. I mean... And I believe, oh crap, I did it again. Sorry, people. Y'all just be forgiving. Show me grace. Sorry. All right. So this is in Moab, Utah. That's right. We also had a drama with Moab, Utah in with the Kylie Rodney case, where the cops were misogynistic. And so I'm sure Barry's been able to find some friends in Moab, Utah. Seems like his kind of guys, But we don't know if he's living there or if he was just there to visit his daughter. But he has been living in a trailer park that is close to a place in Cave Creek, Arizona, next to a biker bar restaurant kind of place called, I think, Harold's, I think is what it's called. And so this, though, is supposedly a meeting in Moab, Utah. Very thin for it to be Barry. You know, he used to spend hours working out every day. The morning morning that he was arrested, he was actually on his way to go and work out at the gym. He had these strength, like they would do, like how many people could do so many push-ups or chin-ups, and he could easily, even as an old man of 60, he could easily beat out like the 30-year-old men. And Barry's not doing so good. Barry's looking pretty bad. He is unkempt. He is thin. He is not the glory man he used to be. That is his daughter. So I believe that is Martin. I keep going back and forth on which daughter it is. Barry is like Lon Chaney, man of 1,000 faces. Well, Barry's under a lot of stress these days, Martin. We got to show him some grace, okay? We can't always expect that he can be his same beautiful self. My baby sis passed over 25 years ago, and I'd give my life up in an instant just to see her again. So yes, they're present. Exactly, Alma. Absolutely. Okay, so Martin says that this is Macy. Okay. So I kind of went back and forth. Like this part right here, I thought looked a little different. But see, Lisa is the same. She's like, is that they do look pretty similar. And so, but you need to trust Martin. He knows these things. He and the Reverend Donna Serafina, they know things. All right. But I want you to look how thin he is. His hair, Barry, your hair looks like shit, dude. Go get a haircut, man. Get Barry, pull yourself together. Okay? Get it together, buddy. Tighten up. You're looking bad. That's not gonna look good to the jury. They're not gonna want to see somebody who looks like they may be using coke. Be careful, Barry. Get off the stuff so you don't have to go through withdrawals in prison, and get yourself healthy. You need to put a little weight on. All right. Wash your damn clothes. Go get a haircut. I mean, come on, Barry. Did Suzanne have to do everything for you? You don't even know when it's time to get your hair cut, buddy?
Bill's wife.
Probably strangled her, most likely.
I mean, he looks so bad. You guys are going to think I'm horrible to be laughing, but can we just keep things in perspective? Remember who this man is, please.
How did he kill his wife?
Probably strangled her, most likely.
Look at him. Ooh, yuck. Look at his britches. Damn, Barry. I mean, really? What's happened to you? You've really let yourself go there, big guy. Oh, it's more than aging, Amber. Yeah. No, I don't think he has Show anymore. I think Show said, you're too dirty for me. I think she had to, get out. The guilt is rotting him from the inside. And Alessia, I mean, have we seen other people that might be guilty of wrongdoing that haven't been arrested yet, and they're looking real bad? Guilt definitely has a way of getting you. And don't forget, this is a man who had a facelift only a few years ago. He had a facelift right before he was arrested. Like he still had the bruising from the facelift the day he was arrested. Go look at his mugshot. You can see the telltale signs of a facelift. Okay. So he is not sleeping well at night. He looks like he's messed up. You think he looks messed up? He is. This is not the Barry of the history. He did, Alma. Yeah. Pay attention, Mr. Chris. Absolutely. So, yeah, he's not looking good at all. Well, Martin, you're the man of the hour. What do you think? You think he's managing this stress well, or do you think he's looking pretty rough? He looks kind of weak, doesn't he? Totally changed his looks. Then he loses weight. Now he looks completely different. Yeah. So you say he's vain because he had the facelift? What? I don't know. I thought about that. Did he? Because I don't think he's vain. I may be wrong about that, but this is a guy that he's happiest when he's alone out in the middle of nowhere killing stuff. He's not a socialite. You know what I mean? He doesn't much care how he presents to people. I think the facelift was the start of a new life. That's what I think. I don't think he wanted to be recognizable. And by doing the facelift, maybe he thought he could kind of get away with looking different, maybe, especially if he has to run. So Martin says he has let himself go. Why else would one alter their face? Well, if people know that you probably killed your wife, but you were not successfully prosecuted because there was an idiot district attorney, then his thoughts are, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get out of here. Like, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to set up a new life somewhere where people are not going to know who I am, that they're not going to know, that I'm kind of notorious. The lift surgery changed his face, then he loses muscle tone and weight, and he looks hardly the same. He doesn't look anything. You look at him in this picture, and then you look at like the last photograph when he was with his family. It's shocking how different he looks. He doesn't look anything like Barry Morphew. It's so strange looking to see him here. Like, look at it close up. Ugh. Looks awful. Barry, what's wrong with you, dude? All right. So Martin says he let himself go. All right. This time because I'm destroying my computer as we speak. All right. Now I'm going to let it play all the way through without me messing with it. Okay. Promise. My apologies. Let me make sure y'all can hear it. Yep, you can. And Suzanne was so beautiful. All right. Here we go.
How'd he kill his wife?
Probably strangled her, most likely.
Which one is he?
Huh? I don't care. That's him.
Now, I got to comment on this because this is so weird to me. Notice how far back away from his daughter he's standing. Doesn't that look strange? I thought, why is he doing that? Why? Like, if you're going to take a picture with your friends or your family, you usually all like get close together, right? I bet he's a foot away from her.
I don't care. That's him.
See how far back? So weird.
Yeah, saying that I'm not looking, but I'm just looking.
Keep breathing deep.
All right. So, Barry looking rough, right? Suzanne knew too late. Oh yeah, he's so thin, Alessia. He is so thin. You can see the little scars at the ears, Alma. The demons are eating him from the inside out. Yeah, but I think it's purely selfish. I don't think it's guilt over what he did to Suzanne. I think he probably hates Suzanne. I think he probably blames her that his life had to be so destroyed. I think he blames her that he's now living as a poor man. Yeah, I don't think he feels guilty what he did. I think he's furious that he didn't get away with it. Oh yeah, Alma. I just can't think about it. Women usually cover scars with their hair. He really looks like he has a disease that is terminal. He does. It's called narcissism. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Martin, what do you think about it? I'll put a link up if you want to come up. You don't have to. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to come up. You don't have to come up if you don't want to. But if you want to, you can. And then if nobody wants to come up and share their thoughts on old Bear, then we'll go ahead and end our live because I've presented everything that I wanted to talk about. And I am going to man, he looks so bad. And look how far he stands away from her. It's so weird. Look at that. Oh my God, it's so bizarre. Yeah, he is super thin. Let's see where I lost my light here. I heard something. Yay, Martin's here. Hey, Martin.
Hey,
How are you?
can you hear me? Yeah,
I can, yes. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good deal. What did you think about the newest footage?
Yeah, well, I suppose he has to live. He's probably just meeting up with the girls, and just that is Macy. Yeah, he's not. Nobody's seen him for a long time. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, it's been a while.
he's been hiding out.
Yeah.
And nobody's seen the other one either. Show. Nobody's seen her. So
Now, they're not together anymore, are they?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think she's like in maybe Wyoming.
I don't know. She was from Durango, was where she was from.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
her. She's family there. Well, she's Albuquerque, around the area. But I don't know. It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see what's happened to her, because she knows a lot.
She knows maybe more than she wished she knew.
Oh yeah.
Right. And maybe that's why she headed in a different direction, is fear. Because I'm convinced that when they finish with Linda Stanley, when that whole debacle is all put to bed and done and over with, and it's getting close, right? When they get that done, they're coming for Barry.
Yeah.
There's so much new evidence. They're coming for him.
Just loads of new evidence.
Yes.
Loads of it.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm digging every day. Like every day I'm digging still, so I find stuff practically every day or every second day I find something new.
Yeah.
Because we're narrowing down to the point. Do you know what I mean? Everything falls into place. There's only so many ways you can go now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to when you know the story. When you go through the if you go through the AA or you go through the transcripts, whatever. It's so clear. Everything's so clear because you know everything.
Yes.
And anything that stands out, I'm on it, and I'll research that till I find out if it's right or wrong, or if it's nothing. You know what I mean?
Do you think he knows that it's only a matter of time, or do you think
100%.
he got away with it?
Yeah, he's had 3 or 4 years, freedom, which he should have never had.
Oh,
He
absolutely.
knows that. So he knows. Iris knows. Iris could be joining him. You know what I mean?
She did some pretty shady things.
Well, I have a big long list of stuff that is very dodgy.
Yeah, I'm ready.
With all the court documents,
Yes.
all the telematics.
Yeah.
No.
It's almost like she even manipulated the evidence. I mean,
100%.
she even, yeah.
Like I put stuff out there last week, and there was one document alone, on one of the Celebrate documents. You've got 2 different time zones on the one document. Everything should be in minus 6 hours.
Right.
I mean? So it should be UTC time -6. She has UTC time -7 and -6, all on the one document, which was put into evidence.
And that's not the kind of information that spontaneously changes, right? It was done purposefully to mislead.
I can't even see how that could happen. I think they must have manipulated some of the call logs,
right,
for that to happen.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand how that could happen in an extraction from Celebrate. And the other thing is, you can tell it's manipulated because each call will have is when the call goes through your infotainment system or module. When on the Celebrate comes out slightly different than the call log, it's normally between 1 and 10 seconds, somewhere along the line of a distance.
Okay, I'm not able to hear you at all.
Can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah, I guess your microphone was being blocked. Sorry.
Do you know what it is? My microphone. It's a new microphone and a new headset. That's what I was asking, and it's just I just turned brand new, so I've just turned the microphone towards me.
Okay, yeah, well, I can hear you really well now.
Okay, sorry. So when you make a phone call on Celebrate, you would see that phone call will be either between 1 and 10 seconds of a different time than the actual call log.
Wow.
And it's the time it takes to get through, you know what I mean, through the infotainment system and whatever.
Okay.
But what Iris done, she couldn't figure that out. So every call is 1 hour and 1 minute difference.
Strange.
Exactly. Apart from the ones which were all law enforcement, which was on May 10th, which there was about 6 or 7 calls from between Barry and John Speedsy, the sheriff.
Yeah.
And then there was one to dispatch. There was another one to the deputy. And then there was just a couple of other calls, one to Mallory and whatever. But those calls are all the correct time. And everything before that, which is around 7 o'clock on May 10th, on Mother's Day, everything from before 7 o'clock is
7 a.m.?
No, 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
So when Barry's coming home on the motorway
It's
on the
modified.
285, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I'll hold this. Maybe better. So when Barry's coming home the 285, when he's about an hour from home, or an hour and let me see, an hour and 40 minutes before he gets home, all the calls after that time are correct, but all the calls before that time are minus 7 hours. The UTC.
Why did they do that, Martin?
Well, it changes. If you look at the transcripts, Iris was using the calls to so you would have a UTC time, you would have a you would have the mountains daylight time,
Yeah.
and then you would have this other time, which is an hour difference. And Iris was using all three times when she was in the court, confusing the prosecution.
But I told you that's how she operates.
Yeah,
That's
100%.
she was doing that on purpose. And if you were there, you would have seen her. She's very chaotic in her movement. She talks really, really fast. She's really, really loud, and she's moving her hands around.
I have
Like
her down to a T now, Jules. I have her down to a T. So I can see her behavior, so I know she's up to something. So then I just look through those transcripts to see what she's been up to. And like there was one today I was looking at, she was talking about Barry's truck and the dirt and dust in his truck, and she mentioned, and you noticed that there was no fingerprints on or his arm, the inside armrest on the door was covered in dust.
Yeah.
And then she turns around and she says, and there was dust where the computer is, so he wasn't touching anything there. No, she wasn't prompted.
No, she's writing a story.
She's writing this. She's getting them, like she got them to admit to a load of stuff which was
It didn't even happen.
that never happened.
Right.
Because they just trusted her, or they just didn't want to look stupid in the court.
No, I'm absolutely convinced it was her physical presentation, how chaotic and loud she was. She completely just you here in Texas we say you baffle them with bullshit.
Yes,
that's the saying, and it was like you could see it. She was out of control. She was loud. She was bombastic. And it threw the whole courtroom into chaos. Like the judge even got confused.
There's so many things, Jules. I'm starting to post stuff there the last couple of weeks. I've posted about 4 or 5 different things up on Reddit. But I
wish you would do a YouTube channel, Martin.
I need to do one because
please do one.
It's trying to get it across on paper is very difficult. So Reddit have let me use their photographs, so I can photograph everything and put stuff up. Just the mods, because I told them it was difficult what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But I need to get this out. You know what I mean? I need for people to so the investigators know where to look, and I can point to where they can look.
Yes.
Very quickly. They have all the data. I could tell.
They just don't know what it is, though. Y'all figured out where the numbers were manipulated.
Yeah.
They're just 9-to-5 guys. They're not going to.
Yeah, 100%. This is the thing.
Yeah.
Like I have been doing this non-stop since all the data was released. From the day it was released, I've been working on this. So that's, a couple of weeks off here and there, but really I'll be doing this nearly every day.
Yeah.
So I know this inside out. And now I see what the shenanigans has been going on. And like that lawsuit is just a joke. And I started pulling that apart recently. And then I gave up on it because it is just not worth the paper it's written on.
Well, I thought with the lawsuit, I kept thinking, why is she doing this? The discovery process is going to kill her on this one.
Yeah.
Right? That was different than Barry defending himself against, a murder when there's no body. But when you start bringing lawsuits and you're trying to sue the state for millions of dollars, they're going to have real attorneys on that, and they're going to be looking at everything.
Yeah.
But I guess they got cocky. I guess they got confident,
And you can't even say like Iris didn't. Iris, no, I know Iris knew that Barry
Yeah,
done
she
it.
knew.
I mean, I'd say even from day one, she knew. But
Well, never forget the kiss at the truck.
yes,
Never forget that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm a woman. I see things, and Barry was paying for things in more ways than cash.
yeah.
Sorry, Shoho. Sorry, girl, but
I don't think Shoho was interested in that really. Remember the picture of them in the Mexican restaurant and Barry's
oh my god,
eating the burrito, whatever it was.
like a Neanderthal.
And yeah, exactly. And she's kind of looking. She said, "How much longer do I have to put up with this?"
She's like, "How did I end up here?"
Yeah. How of all the bad things I've done, this must have been the worst choice I've ever made.
Man, she really messed up. She did. That security picture of her running to go retrieve the package is terrible.
Yeah. God.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's quite a mess for sure. You'd have to be insane to get wrapped up with Barry Morphew right now. It's amazing.
Nobody wants to touch that now. 100%.
Yeah.
I think he's put his. I think he's like he's transferred all the deeds and everything to the house in Indiana to into Mallory's. Mallory's the looking after that now. Yeah, executor.
That kind of suggests that he has some presence of mind that he's probably going to be arrested again.
Yeah.
So,
and I think I have a funny feeling it could be any day now.
Well, I said March, right?
Yeah, I hope. You know what, Jules? I just hope that they have everything. I'd rather wait another year. Do you know what I mean? Make sure they have everything before they arrest them. Not that he can afford the.
He won't have another Iris.
No.
Or Isis is my preferred
Isis,
name.
Lyris is what we. But I was just going through some stuff today because I do a lot of posts, and I was doing one post and I changed it and I left that one aside and I decided to do a different post altogether. And it's difficult. It is difficult to do them, and it's difficult it's all data and it's boring, and a lot of people it's over their heads, but it's so important. Like when Barry went to the hotel, when he went into the he was there with his coffee cup, standing at the door of the hotel, and the clock of the hotel in the hotel and the clock on his truck are 8 minutes and 33 seconds difference.
Okay.
And it's not the hotel clock that's wrong. Barry, on May 9th, after Barry came home, when he was supposed to be chasing Suzanne around the house, after that kind of time, about 5:33, Barry disconnected his power to his telematics. And he done that to organize. He had some type of a mechanism, like a kill switch or something in his truck.
I believe that.
Yeah, 100%, because like there should be 370 odometer readings between going from Puma Path to Broomfield and back. There's only 30. And they're all in Broomfield. There's
30. So there's 30 entries, but it should be 370
plus 370 plus.
Yeah, so he had some way to turn it off and on.
Well, the thing was, he didn't see him leaving the property. So his truck it must be like Kiss out of Night Rider or something like that, just as its own mind, and just drove off. And then just as he's coming into Broomfield, the computer comes on.
Right.
And then immediately he pulls into the RTD bus stop, and he does his first trash dump there.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Could that have anything to do with whether he had a connection?
No. Yeah. Well, he could have. The kill switch could have been killing the power to the antenna. So there's no GPS.
Okay.
I don't know enough about this end of things.
But Broomfield, you said that it did not reconnect until right when he got into Broomfield.
Yes.
Yeah. See, listen, for at least I'm gonna guess 5 miles. For at least 5 miles from the time that you leave the highway and you get to the Holiday Inn in Broomfield, you've got wide open, flat. No, I mean, there's some slight hills, but you got good signal. And now, if you're further into the mountains, I can see where it would be coming on and off. But
Jules, when he was at the hotel, he parked underneath the by the foyer. There was a canopy there at the hotel.
Yes.
And he parked underneath that, and the signal then went a bit skew. If it put him in somewhere he wasn't, and I knew that. I knew because I have the same for the forensics building. When they took his truck, they parked it inside one of the sheds, and it had a metal roof on. So we were getting GPS signals for his truck all over the place. One of them was about a mile and a half away. Do you know?
Yeah, yeah.
But it was a second away from another one, so you knew it couldn't be possible. You know.
But it was just the static drift.
Well, kind of like static drift. It's just that it can't get the signal because it's got the metal roof, and it's having a guess. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of guessing where the signal is. And then it depends then sometimes you get a poor signal and it drops. So if there's a tower that direction, which was heading to Northrop, and so if he's on that tower, it would go that direction. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And then it falls short. And there's one or two of them from Poncha Tower as well, Cell Tower, and the house, where there's signals that have dropped and they're in the middle of nowhere, but the signal before them is at the house, and it's only a split second.
Well, so I know that AK told you, but so where their house was, I mean, yeah, it's gorgeous, like you can't imagine. But there also is very, very poor service.
Yes.
I mean, it's bumping in and out, and you're just standing there, right?
Yeah.
There's almost nothing there. But a lot of people use their Wi-Fi.
Yes.
When you're living out there in those areas.
No, but we have signals of Barry at the house. Bobcat signals. They're on the same thing. It's Wi-Fi or it's GPS.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Does he have GPS or satellite phone?
Yeah. Well, no. I'm just saying. But the GPS on his Bobcat and the GPS on his truck, you know, they come from up. If you can look up and see the moon, you're going to get GPS. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
When you're in that shed where there's a metal roof, you're not going to get it. And when you're at the canopy by the hotel, and when he parked at the side of the hotel when he arrived, when he went over to Starbucks and got his coffee, it didn't give you a proper signal there either, because it was so close to the hotel, parked right against the 2-story building. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But everywhere else on that journey home, he's getting signal. So just for people that are always in the mountains and blah, blah, blah. So you mean these people that live in Bailey and all these other places in between are not getting any phone signal or GPS?
When you so most of the towns, when you go through the town itself, you're picking up signal, right?
Of course, yeah.
When you get further out and you're in the wilderness areas, you may go 10, 15 miles and not have a signal. But
But
that
not,
won't
but
affect
not
that won't affect
160 miles.
it won't affect satellite and it won't affect GPS. Your
Yeah.
GPS is going to stay connected.
Yeah,
The cellular is what you don't have, right?
that's right. That's correct.
So your telematics should stay connected.
So Barry was on his phone all the way home. So we had George Davis was calling him. We had Mallory was calling him.
But didn't he tell someone to talk to the sheriff because he didn't have any signal or something? But then in the meantime, he was actually talking to people.
Yeah, well, there were 7 calls between him and John Speasy just before he arrived. You know, just as he was coming into where the 285 hits the 50, just along there.
For some reason, I thought maybe that was early in the day when they were first looking for Suzanne. That he told the neighbor to call the police because he didn't have signal.
Well, he said that he was at his job site with his workers.
Okay.
With his workers. Now,
which was a lie.
A lie. And he also told law enforcement that when he went to the job site and seen how much work had to be done, he then called Morgan and told her that they needed to get another guy. You know.
Yeah.
But the phone call to Morgan was supposed to be at 11:20. That Barry didn't get to the job site till after 12. So, you know, he only went out of the whole, I think it was about 9.5 hours that Barry was in Broomfield. He spent 7 of those hours in his hotel room.
I mean, he was sleeping, right?
Well, we can see him at 5:50. Just I think it's 5:55 or whatever it is. He opens the door and looks out.
Yeah.
And he looks like he just rolled out of bed.
He was looking to see if the cops were there yet.
Yeah. So he stuck his head out there. He looks like he does in that picture, you know.
He looked rough. Yeah, real rough.
And then he went down into his truck, and I had to laugh. Iris was trying to make out that, oh no, he was driving because there's phone calls. Barry had parked his truck right underneath basically his window. So he was getting the phone calls to his phone.
But he was in his
Bluetooth.
hotel room.
Well, he's using the Bluetooth.
Yes.
And so it looked like they were going through the infotainment system, the module.
So he wanted them to believe that he was working. Really, he was in his room sleeping.
He was asleep. Like, you have to remember that the night before. Well, this is what I believe. On Saturday, early hours Saturday mornings when he went to Moffat, you know, it wasn't like Suzanne wasn't around on Saturday. Do you know what I mean? Saturday morning she'd gone. She was buried. So he was up all Saturday night, straight in, or Saturday morning, never went to sleep. Maybe caught 1 or 2 hours, maybe. And then he was down in Tailwinds at 7:00 in the morning.
God.
So he didn't get any sleep. And then he went through the whole day of Saturday and then drove off. I needed a load of stuff to do before he left Puma Pat.
You know, the email that you sent me where you had laid out you laid out the phone calls with Barry's location or what he was doing.
Yes.
You know, that is a very important live to be done.
Oh, it is. I actually put one of those pictures on today, I think it was, or yesterday, in Reddit. So you'd see that picture if you look in Reddit. And it's slightly different than your one because I put comments into it.
Yeah.
And basically, I was commenting on Suzanne's messages to Libler that they were so ridiculous. They were so ridiculous.
Yeah.
I was pretending I was just commenting on them. I was doing it in red ink so you could tell. But but basically those messages don't make any sense whatsoever.
They
Like
don't.
he put 6 messages out in less than a minute. He was getting his Bobcat blade replaced, right?
Yeah.
So in that 15 minutes that he was there getting his Bobcat blade replaced, he drove in, parked his truck right underneath the cameras. Then he jumped into the Bobcat, drove it into Crib. Then he spent a little bit of time at Crib. Then he jumped into his truck and he sent the picture of Suzanne sunbathing. He sent that to Jeff. And Jeff then replied about a minute later. He hadn't seen the picture. He was already sending, how did you get a loan or something like that, he was asking.
Yeah.
And so then all of a sudden, there's 6 messages. Now, each message is only 1 or 2 words. Do you know what I mean? It's the small little messages. And he sent 6 messages that none of them make any sense.
Yeah.
And then
he was just to create a illusion.
Oh, he done this purposely because
Yeah.
remember what he said about I done nothing wrong in the hotel. All the cameras was watching everything, you know.
Yeah.
And it's true, he done nothing wrong in the hotel, but he made it look that he was getting rid of a body or whatever, carrying these big heavy bags. And so he had his idea was to keep everyone busy. That's why there's no telematics between Puma Path, because he wanted everyone searching every road and ditch and river all the way along that route from Salida to Broomfield and back.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the other thing that time he was getting the blade done, so he drops his Bobcat in. Crib is working on the blade, putting on the blade. He's in his truck. He's sending the messages to Jeff. There's Wi-Fi there, so they're done. They're not done SMS. They're done through Wi-Fi, you know.
Yes.
And they're on LinkedIn. And Suzanne's phone is at the house all the time. But when Barry left the house to come to get his blade done, it said that his phone and her phone were at the house, but Barry had already left.
Yes.
So I'd say there was another device or what was ever happening, that whatever was going on between the phones, something crazy was going on with the phones, maybe a second SIM or something.
Yeah, didn't y'all find there was a phone that maybe
second device, yeah,
was being used maybe by one of the girls?
No. I think Barry said to Macy that she wasn't talking to her mother. That it was him that, you know, he was seeing her messages or whatever.
Okay. All right.
When the time when he chased Suzanne around the resort in Mexico with the phone.
Oh
God. So, oh look, there's so much, Jules. There's so much.
It is. Yeah.
And you know, the circumstantial is massive, but they have evidence in those files.
Sure.
And there's just so much of it. There's 624 sheets of data.
Isn't that
and we
crazy?
only have something like 34, 35, I think.
And out of the just 34 out of over 600, and look at what you've already found.
And the other
Can
thing
you imagine?
I was actually, when she was publishing these documents, she published, I think, 4 documents twice, the exact same document twice. God. And so she done that purposely. We have only got 3 extracted phone extractions. There's only 3 sheets. And out of those 3 sheets, there's 36 calls on those 3 sheets, and out of the 36 calls, 12 of them were deleted by Barry.
Now that's interesting, isn't it?
And that's just the ones on May 10th. You
Yeah.
think about the ones on May 9th, May 8th, May 7th, May 6th, all those calls. I'd say there's probably the bones of another 50 calls that
Do you
all that information.
so do you believe that her death was unplanned,
Oh,
or
no
do you
plan.
think that it was absolutely mapped out?
Oh, and I'm talking about this guy had a copybook and he was writing down exactly what to do because you couldn't do it. Because look, look at how long it's taken me to figure this out. You know, it's
Turn your microphone again. I'm having a
sorry.
hard. Yeah,
Is that better?
sorry. Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, he definitely had this figured out, and he was following the script. Now,
Wow.
some places it moved around a bit, but he definitely was following a script because you couldn't do it, Jules. If say for instance, if you were to believe that he killed her on the Saturday, how could he get all this stuff done between Saturday and Saturday evening when he's leaving to go to Brumfield?
I mean, it was it was a lot of moving parts, right? And
Yeah,
I
all the stuff.
thought, in the beginning, I thought he lost his temper and they had a altercation and it was a disaster, you know. But then once you really start looking at the data that you guys put out and you start noticing the timing of everything and you think that is not possible. Like he would have had to have had some kind of forewarning what he was going to be doing to make
Well,
it all work. Like the 5 stops, the 5 trash stops, that was 100% saying, look over here, look at me.
yes,
Look, I'm behaving
yeah,
in a suspicious way. This is where I
100%.
want you looking.
Yeah. He put his hand down in the trash bin
At
outside McDonald's,
McDonald's on
down to
purpose.
his shoulder, down to
Yep.
his shoulder,
Yep.
so he was seen.
Yep.
You know, like this was like he knew that he was going to be the husband, and everyone's going to be looking at him,
He did.
and
did.
so he didn't care about that. He pretended he was the lion, and do you know he said lion 34 seconds after he got out of the truck.
He did.
He mentioned that word, lion.
Is it a lion?
Lion.
They said
he
lion.
was
No,
actually
we're
trying
not
to say
lion.
it. If you watch him, he was actually trying to say it earlier, but Miles' mom kind of interrupted. And she was
Yeah.
saying, "I'm Miles' mom, and I'm looking for the girls looking for the family."
Yeah.
And Barry was there. You could tell he couldn't wait.
Yeah.
He all the way driving up in his head, he had it planned. This is what I have to say, and he was trying to get through everything. He actually forgot to turn on his telematics. He forgot to turn on. He arrived at the bike site at 8:45 roughly, and he didn't turn on his telematics till 18 minutes later. So it's about 9:03 or
He
something like
turned
that.
so the telematics started working 18 minutes after he arrived on scene.
After he was seen on the body cam.
Wow.
When he was seen on the body cam arriving at 8:45, 57, whatever it was, then he was in the middle of the road, and we had all the lion stuff and getting his wallet out and his driver's license, and then he moved further down. He moved the truck 3 times,
and that's where he turned it on.
And that is where he turned on the telematics. I know exactly. So I knew that the telematics were manipulated because every day we had full Bobcat telematics.
Yeah.
And the Bobcat was with the truck all the time.
Yeah.
And we had no truck telematics. And then when he went to Broomfield was the best day because we had 30 odometer readings, and basically your odometer goes off every minute.
Yes.
So it's not every mile; it's every minute. So every minute it records.
Right.
And it tells you it's GPS, and it tells you exactly where you are every minute. And so we have it when he arrives in towards Broomfield at the RTD bus stop, he just puts it on just as he's coming over flyover over a bridge, just coming into that area. He switches it on, and about 30 seconds later, he pulls in. He drives down to the hotel, and because he's at the end of the hotel, we don't get the odometer reading because it's not getting the signal. The next one is about a minute later. We get that, and when he finishes the whole day and he's leaving, he turns off his telematics, so we have nothing
Wow.
from leaving the hotel. We don't even have it up by the bus stop. Do you know what I mean?
Wow. Yeah. So they're
And then-
gonna, when they come back again to do this, they have to have a telematics expert. They have to do
have
that.
that. Do you know
Yeah.
who I'd have Richard Green from the Karen Reid case. He's brilliant. I'd have
Oh
that.
yes, yes.
Or that guy you had on, that guy that you were showing the data about 2 weeks ago. Remember that case of the telematic stuff you had on there? I can't remember what case it was, but it was,
Oh yeah. What's the guy's name? I can't remember now what the channel name was. Where he did the computer information.
Yeah.
So you could see the daytime, where the flashlights were.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome to get him on it. He's like a real life genius.
But there's loads of guys out there that are brilliant at this. But the phone is one big thing. The phone, that you can get so much out of the phone.
Yeah, but you need a court certified expert to
Yes.
inspire confidence in the jury.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of people that can do this, right?
Oh,
You can do
I
this.
talk about Richard Green. He testified so many times. He's just brilliant.
Yeah, so that's the kind of person you need to
Yeah.
be willing to appear. And here's another factor too. There's a lot of ways that they can get new information into this prosecution. One is telematics, because they didn't even come close to offering that kind of information on the previous attempt, right?
Well, all the witnesses were taken away.
Well,
Do you know,
yeah,
they took all
but
the
they
witnesses
didn't have
away.
anybody commenting on telematics, did they?
They did. Gruesome
was
done a
it?
bit of it. Hoyland was the guy, but yeah, in court,
I didn't think they
no.
had anybody. No, I didn't
No.
think they had anybody.
Iris was telling them, and they were saying, "Oh, you're teaching us." I couldn't believe it when I read it.
Ugh. Well,
And-
anyway, so they get a guy to come in and do the actual telematics, explain how it works. They also need to get a DNA guy in to talk about partial match as
Yes.
compared to a match, and
Yes.
how that's not even a match. A partial
Yes.
match is not even a match.
No.
So that is new information that could come in, not to mention all of the information that was gathered from her body and from the new
Yeah.
recovery location. So there's
The
so
phones.
much.
The phones, you can get more detail from inside the phones and those devices that they have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I think the girls being adults now, they may find themselves under scrutiny,
Maybe. Yeah.
And at
Yeah.
this point, if they are, then so be it,
Like Barry had a laptop with him in the hotel.
Yes.
Where did that laptop go? Did he dump it?
I mean, we had, that's not in any of like the evidence.
There
like,
is
would they-
discovery. There is laptops and there's iPads and I think some of them belong to Mallory and everybody really. But it was just strange that he's up there with his laptop in his room. I just thought that was a bit strange.
I feel I mean, it's easy to look at every single nuanced change as somehow nefarious.
Yes.
But for me, I think it makes more sense that he had this huge event happen and he's running around all night long and he's doing these, kind of extraordinary physical feats that when he finally got to that hotel, I think he just was out. I think he fell on the bed and he was down.
Not till after he came back from the job site, because he was busy.
Well,
I can tell he was busy because he had brought backpacks and haversacks and whatever into the hotel. He was washing clothes, anything that had any DNA. He was washing them.
that's why they have the
chlorine.
Clorox
Yeah,
smell.
that's right. So he
Yeah.
was washing them, putting them into bags, and then dumping them. So there would be no, evidence of DNA, whatever.
Oh, that's a
So
chilling thought.
yeah. So he done all that. Like that. I tell you, the one thing that I definitely think it was a bit odd was the boots and the camo jacket.
Why? You don't think that was Suzanne's?
The boots, no, the camo jacket was Barry would have worn that as camouflage jacket, but it's hunting jacket basically. Do you know? And he's thrown that away. He wore that when she was being buried. I'll tell you now, and those boots.
What do you make of the pink glove?
I don't know. I don't know, to be honest.
See, you hadn't thought about the pink glove.
Well, you see, my hardware store down the road for me here, if I go in there, sometimes they have pink gloves and they're for men. Do you know what I mean? It's just, you know what I mean? They're pink and grey gloves. We don't think of them as being feminine or that. Do you know what I mean? They're just gloves.
Let me ask
gloves.
you a question. I want to ask you a question.
Go
I'm
on.
sure that you are a man of high fashion and
Yes.
that you would be happy to choose a pink or lavender shirt for yourself just to offset your masculinity. Correct?
Yes, I do all the time. Yeah.
Okay. Barry, what tells you that Barry would pick anything other than brown or black? Like, really?
Well, it's about cheap, I think, and it could be belong to Morgan, could be belong to somebody else, and we don't know if that glove may have been the glove with DNA on it that he was using to touch the bikes and to touch the walls, touch the seats, and all that. A glove belonged to somebody who was, maybe a bit of a dodgy person, and then threw that same glove then into the.
So you think that Barry, using all of his tracking knowledge and information, you think that Barry had contact with some nefarious character, somebody he knew was a bad dude?
See, he's a fireman, right? And
yeah,
and so they would go on these training and whatever like that,
sure.
and they'd have place where there'd be all these needles and they have to clean up the needles and they wear special gloves for it and
but you got to
you've got
remember
DNA from
you got to
these
remember the partial matches. There were 2 in Arizona and 1 in Illinois.
Yes, that's right.
I think he knew the person that he got the DNA from. And I agree. And you're the first person I've heard say that, but I have felt like he planted someone else's DNA in that car.
Yeah. Now, the other thing is, I think I said this to you before, is that there's a guy who I actually think he's innocent and just so happens that he has ties with Arizona. I don't know about Illinois, but he's definitely got ties, and he could have family members. Do you know what I mean? That could be cousins or whatever, that second removed or whatever. That it could be his DNA.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think, Barry's kind of stupid,
and he's involved
right?
in the case. Like.
Oh, he is in the case?
Yeah, he's in the case. Like, he's just an innocent guy, but he had some part to play in the case.
Was it one of the, policemen or?
No. Just well, the guy the bike guy.
Oh, the repairman.
Yeah.
So maybe he's
from Arizona originally.
He's from Arizona. Wow. Yeah. So he's probably the link.
And he's lived in Salida basically all his life. But when
he's probably the partial match. It's probably his brother or his cousin or somebody like that. I'm talking about with the rape.
Yeah. Well, it could be like somebody who's a cousin that you don't even know. Do you know what I mean? That's how.
I think that they can determine second, third, fourth order, right? a distant cousin as compared to a brother. Like I
Yeah.
think they like with Brian Koberger when they did the IGG.
It was parents. Yeah, it was family. Yeah.
They said it was the guy's son.
Yeah.
That the match to the DNA that was on the knife sheath was a match to the father. Like they said,
That's right.
here's our father's DNA. Here's the DNA on the sheath. There is a son that belongs to by matching it to the dad.
Yeah.
So I think that the connection is going to end up being like a brother or a first cousin, something close. And if the guy is if he is from Arizona and he's working on her bicycle, why wouldn't it be? You know?
Yeah, and you could use a rag to wipe down the bike, and
Right.
and there's so many. It could be anybody. Do you know what I mean? This is the thing. Like this is why it means very little, because it could be the postman, it could be the trash guy. You know what I mean? It could be anybody.
Absolutely.
So this is how crazy it is. The Irish just jumped on this, and it's
But look,
fire.
ISIS completely intentionally misled everyone in that courtroom.
100%.
And it was the prosecution's responsibility to have a witness that was an expert in the DNA who could explain it not just to the judge, but also to make sure that the FBI agents knew what the hell they were talking about, because they didn't even know how to understand it.
No.
They did. It was a mess. You should have seen it. It was a mess.
Look, Jules, I find things all the time, both sides. Do you know what I mean? I find faults with statements from law enforcement, and I find stuff that the defense were doing.
Yeah.
So and some of them are just cringing. You know what I mean? Just I just go, oh my god. That's what I keep saying. There was no chance that Barry was going to get convicted.
Yeah, it almost, I kept thinking that day that they dropped the charges, I kept thinking about double jeopardy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I kept thinking, was this all intentional? Like, did they do this on purpose? Did they just save Barry's ass? I really wondered that. And then, when they dropped it and they did it without prejudice, then I was like, wow, they didn't. Like, they left the door open, you know, for them to come back. So
yeah, because I was worried. I was really worried at the time. But what I know now, they wouldn't have a hope in hell. And I tell you, if they're still looking at May 9th for Suzanne to be killed on May 9th, they have no hope either. Because trying to find out what time he got her to Moffat and all that will not tie in. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So you have to have, like, if you're going to kill somebody and you want to get away with it, you want to try and after you get rid of them, you want to be able to make out that they're still alive for a few days.
And it's important in the prosecution, in my opinion, it's important that the jury understand that the Facebook reaching out and friending all these men, especially these men named Jeff, that was not Suzanne, that was Barry. And if that was Barry doing that, then where the hell was Suzanne? So they need to understand that timeline and get the day of death right. That's going to be critical.
There at the time. Whether she was alive or dead, I don't know. But
I don't think
she was there when no, I think that there's a good chance that she was alive all the way to Moffat. Hand on heart.
You just think she was just like under the effects of the tranquilizer.
Yeah. There would have been no
the fear pheromones.
Collaborating. Yeah, collaborating.
Yes. Yeah, there would have been no scent. Yeah.
There would have been no scent for the dogs, yeah.
And do you believe is it your opinion that the bullet, do you think he shot her?
Maybe, yeah.
Ugh,
Yeah.
man, that's cold, isn't it?
Yeah, we just see those things. We Barry the only one that really knows because it was only him and Suzanne there. So
But listen, as tiny as she was, I sincerely believe that the BAM, I think it killed her.
yeah, good. There's
I
a good
think
chance.
she,
But
I think she was
the
dead.
other thing is, Jules, you know the photographs. So there's all these photographs of Suzanne, and if you look at Barry, his interviews and all that, he says, and every one of those photographs, she's drunk eyes, she's drunk.
Yeah, which was so dumb. She was just
She's not
smiling.
drunk. She's not drunk.
Yes.
He had her bammed and then done the selfies on the Friday. And then
Are you serious? Really?
yes,
Oh, I got to
yes.
go back and look at that.
Do look at them all. Look at the photographs, look at the evidence, and he's the first thing he says, drunk eyes. And he said it on the pictures as well.
And he kept talking about her using drugs.
Yes.
And her friend told me.
And what did he say? What did he say about the Saturday? That that she was laying out in the sun and she was drunk, and then we put our phones away, and because she had no chemicals in her, no chemicals.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah.
So I believe that if the photograph was legit taken, it was taken on the Friday because he came home on the Friday at noon. He could have easily took a photograph. She could have been even laying out, and he took that selfie of her. You know what I mean? She was bammed up, and he said, "Look, I'm taking this selfie, smile, blah blah blah," and she could be out of it. You know what I mean? But she did in that picture. Her eyes did look out of it in that particular picture. And I was thinking to myself, "Oh, she's having a good time at a bar in Mexico." You know what I mean? Sitting on a lounger, because you don't see any surround of the background.
No, it almost looks like that. You know, they did the background remover on.
Yeah, an app.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
So we don't know any metadata or nothing. That shouldn't be allowed into evidence. There's no metadata or anything with that picture. Jack, that just came from LinkedIn. A picture. So he could have had that picture taken on the Friday around noon, and then kept it for the next day to send to Jeff. Because I tell you, Jules, those calls do not match with the information that Suzanne. Yeah. Either Suzanne was lying to Jeff.
Why do you think that was Suzanne talking to Jeff? I think it was Barry.
Yeah, 100% Barry. Yeah, but people think still think it's Barry.
I don't think so.
But when you see when you see it in the timeline, like you've got all these, you know, these little these messages, and you look at one and you see, and it says, whatever. I love you. I'm so in love with you. And all these stupid things that have been said.
Yeah.
And if you take them one at a time, but when you put them like I have them in the timeline, and you see there's a message from Jeff saying, "How did you get a loan?" And he's always gone somewhere. Fine with me. And then it's I'll read them out to you. I'll read it out to you here actually. If we go on to 1 second, 2 seconds. So I called that one. Oops. All right, that's it. Okay. All right, here it is. All right, this is the first message is from Jeff, and it says it's at 2:41 p.m. Jeff Libler.
What day is it?
So this is on the Saturday. So
Okay.
at 2:03 p.m., Suzanne's device messages Jeff a sunbathing selfie, right? So that's
Yes.
the last proof of life at 2:03 p.m. At 2:04:41, Jeff messages Suzanne's device, "How did you get alone?" And then this is Barry then reply back at 2:04:51 seconds. He says, "He's always gone somewhere." and I just put 3 question marks against that. And then the
Yeah.
next one was Suzanne's device says it never stops, and I say what never stops, and then it says next one is fine with me, and I said what's fine with you, and then thank thank you, babe. Thanks for what? And then the next one, I'm just in love with you, and I go and then the next one is what you up to, and I said nothing. Just wondering why you send me 6 crazy messages in less than a minute. And that's
It's
it. It is 6 crazy messages
it's just
in a minute. There's no way an
it's
educated school
confusion.
teacher is going to send. He went for quantity instead of quality.
Well, he's trying to trick Jeff Libler into revealing himself, right?
I think Jeff had to know straight away, even the night before. Jeff knew. I think, honestly, in my heart and soul, I believe Jeff knew the night before on Friday night with a couple of messages on Friday night that he knew. And then the ones on Saturday morning, the first ones he said, when he said, I had a fine night, herself and Barry had a fine night together, fine, quiet night. And we went and got pizza, looked at houses, and he still talks about Arizona. Like, Jeff is saying, oh my God,
He
this is
knew.
Barry. This is Barry. And
Yeah.
you can tell even Jeff's messages aren't the same as his previous messages.
Yeah.
Because he's reacting to what's going on. And I 100% believe Jeff knew. And he was probably sitting there saying, what am I going to do? You know,
Yeah.
because by him telling, he's put the whole thing up against his family, kids, the whole lot. You know what I mean?
Yes.
All of a sudden, everything's happening at once with Jeff. Instead, he should have done the right thing. But I think he selfishly thought of saving his own ass and got rid of his phone and all those things.
It's really sad how betrayed she was, isn't it?
Oh, of all the people, like I said this before, like she's had such bad luck with men. Like the two
Yeah.
people that she was in love with ended up to be the two biggest assholes ever.
Yep.
And yeah. But if you just look at that little, there's a few more messages on that. Like there's another 4 here in a row, and it's, oh man, can you talk or video? I can load up WhatsApp. That's another 4 messages. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like that, one after another and after another. What was Suzanne's hurry?
Yeah.
I mean, if Suzanne, she's laying out in the sun, supposed to be. She's got all day. Jeff is building his dock, and she's laying out in the sun, and he's walking away. And you know, what is the big hurry? The big hurry was Barry is in a hurry because
Correct.
he has to get home and get all the things sorted before he can get the truck loaded with all the stuff to get rid of.
But he didn't know he didn't know who Jeff was. I think he was trying to figure out who Jeff was.
I don't know. I actually think he did know.
Well, so the reason I think he did not know, I think he knew the name Jeff, right?
Yeah.
I think somehow he heard the name Jeff, but he didn't know who that might be. And I think he went back through Facebook and just picked out the Jeffs to reach out to, and then tried to hide that by all these other reach outs to other men. But I think he was really trying to determine who is Jeff. I don't think he knew who it was.
I actually think that like if you really wanted to know, and you a guy like Barry, and then you got an innocent woman like Suzanne, You mean to say that you couldn't spy and find out exactly what Suzanne was doing? Do you know what I mean?
No, I
He
don't think
had her
so.
phone copied.
He
He
had
had a
what?
mirror image of her phone. He could see all of our conversations.
Yes, but you've got to remember that Jeff and Suzanne met up together face to face, and you don't know that Jeff Libler didn't buy a phone and give it to her, something that Barry would have no way of knowing
No,
was
it's on her
even in
phone.
existence.
It's on our phone though. I mean, we have the we have all the data off our phone, all our records. But we don't have our physical phone, but we have all the records. And I tell you as well that Barry, when he forgot himself, when he went to Indiana the following week after Suzanne, he had her device on his phone.
Because
Because
didn't
on
it
her
turn on or something?
notification came on when he went
Yeah.
in for Suzanne. It said Suzanne is with Amy Curry, blah blah blah, and Suzanne is with so on Facebook. I spotted this way back, and I said, "This is
And
weird."
people said, "Oh, look, here's evidence that she's a gone girl, that she's still
Yes.
alive."
Well,
I remember
said
that. I remember that.
Actually said it. That there's proof that Suzanne was using her phone afterwards. But now we know that Suzanne is up in Moffat. So now who was using the phone? Who was
Barry
in
had it.
Indiana? Who was in Indiana that weekend? Barry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, the phone also connected early that morning on the way to Broomfield.
It connected. Yeah, well, see, there's on the night when on the Saturday morning, or let's say Friday night midnight, Suzanne's phone connected with another iPhone. There was like, you know what I mean, and it made now a good guy, forensics guy, would tell you exactly what was going on there. And that was at 2 minutes past midnight, I think. And then at 6 minutes past midnight, or 5 minutes, 6 minutes past midnight, Barry puts his phone into airplane mode. And he's gone. He's gone now in the truck off to Moffat. It's 40 minutes of a drive for Barry. And then he's got 50 minutes at Moffat. And then he's got a 40-minute drive back. And then he arrives back at around 2:15. At 2:17, there's another interaction with the phones between Barry's phone and Suzanne's phone.
Yeah.
So that's him putting his phone down close to, or he's looked at her phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's something, it's moved the phone or something. There's a notification there.
Yeah.
And then he goes, whatever he's doing then, and his phone is still in airplane mode till 6:46 in the morning. And then next thing he's down in Tailwinds, and he's all of a sudden Suzanne's phone is messaging, not ringing or not calling, just messaging Sheila Oliver, her best friend, and she's got the daughter having the wedding the next day. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's the start of it. So all the messages to Suzanne and to Jeff and anyone else is all by Barry. So he's had a busy day, a busy day.
Oh, it would have been a whirlwind. And that was one of the reasons I thought as soon as he got to the hotel, he was asleep.
Yeah.
I think he conked out. And you're right. Maybe he did the cleanup before he fell asleep, but I can almost
because he had
it was after.
He had to get rid of. He had to clean all the stuff, chlorine. Then he had to get rid of all that stuff.
Yeah.
So some of it went to Men's Warehouse, some of it obviously McDonald's, and then a lot of it at the hotel, and maybe some of it in the dumpsters at the job site. Do you know what I mean? There was big dumpsters there at the job site, which was never mentioned, but I know they're there. And
everybody felt like the people that were really in this case, everybody felt like there was going to be something significant at the work site, but nothing was ever found that would be of interest. And that's one of the reasons that
I'm one of those guys. I have to admit, I thought there was something There was
I
a
did
reason
too.
why he was going to Broomfield, and it wasn't until I started looking at what had to be done, and I'm well up with all that kind of stuff, order materials and need how to prepare before the job, and before you get any staff there, because once you have those guys there, it's costing you money. You know what I mean?
Right.
You want to have all your materials, everything ready to go before you start work, and permits and all those things that you have to have all those. You know, you have
Did
to
you
have
know?
license. He had even got a license.
Yeah. Did you know that Barry's work license for Colorado
That's what I'm
was
saying, yeah,
expired?
that's right. That's what I'm saying. He had
And
no license.
within a day or two of Suzanne going missing, suddenly he paid it.
Yeah,
I don't remember now what it was. I've got it in my computer somewhere. But
I think
maybe it was like $17,000 he had to pay.
he had a bit of a windfall from something. I'm trying to think what it was. There's so many different things, but
What
but
and what was the windfall? Like, where did the money come from after Suzanne goes away?
I'm not sure. It was I'm nearly say it was something maybe to do with the COVID payment or something like that, or there was
Is
there was
that the one that Suzanne apologized about? There was a message where she apologized him about not billing someone.
that was Rob Mazzell. That's where he was on Saturday, just before he came home at lunchtime. He was at Rob Mazzell's house, and he did no work there. He spent his whole time on the phone there. He had Morgan with him for a bit, and then he just dropped Morgan. Like, that's right close to where the gym is,
Yeah.
the Anderson Fitness, and so, but you can see there's a lot going on there that morning. All calls and see, Morgan was probably driving the Bobcat. Barry was probably sitting in his truck again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because she said that he was always on the phone to this guy, which is the money guy, Monex. So Dan from Monex was his money guy, silver guy. But yeah,
It'd be interesting to know how much silver it was.
Well, it must have been some amount,
That's the dumbest. That's the
We're talking
dumbest
50K,
investment.
maybe more. I don't know.
So dumb. Like, that's the dumbest thing. Why would he do? If he had that kind of money, why didn't he just buy gold? What would make somebody think silver? Like, that is just foolish.
Maybe, I don't know.
He's a foolish guy.
Cash, you see, he had a lot of cash. A lot of these jobs were paying him cash,
Mhm.
so it's probably easier for him to kind of gamble on silver and stuff like that than to try and hide his earnings and whatever.
The one thing that I'm really interested in learning about, I really want to know about the online bank accounts. That was such a they've dropped the ball completely by not following up on those bank accounts. The prosecution.
Isn't that online one? Wasn't that like you kind of have a card and it's just like, it's a Mickey Mouse thing. It's nearly like a Target type of gift card type of thing, isn't it?
No. Those were real bank accounts, and
Which
they
one's
never.
Which one's the one about now?
Do what?
Is it Collindale? Is it?
I don't remember the name. There were Suzanne opened 2 bank accounts online. Jeff Libler was the emergency contact on both of them. He was not a signer. He couldn't use the funds. So he was the emergency contact.
There's so many ways that Barry would have known. There's so many ways.
How would he have known? That is not true. That is not true.
No. I'm just saying there's so many ways that Barry would have known about Jeff. Like, this guy had trail cams everywhere. Like, Suzanne used to feel uncomfortable going into the garage because she felt that she'd be watched.
She did say that.
She was watched in her was it somewhere else, behind the deer's eyes in like.
But
You know yourself. It's
Martin, you have to realize they were meeting up in hotels and
yeah.
spending a week together, and he never knew. Or if, look, I don't think a guy like Barry could control his anger if he knew that she was having sex with another guy. He wouldn't. He couldn't. Somehow she was able. Maybe Sheila was helping set up the rendezvous. Maybe.
no. I don't believe that. I'd say she didn't know at all.
And I can tell you this too. There's a lot of people that get away with infidelity, having affairs, just because the marriage is over and they don't care what the other one's doing.
Yeah.
You know, that maybe that's a factor as well.
Well, he was happy. See, all of a sudden that he didn't have the pressure on him anymore to say where he was. You know, he was going off here.
Yeah,
And
he was going and having his fun.
I had to laugh. The one where you see the message to Sheila from Suzanne. She says, "What do you think about this going to the firefighting training course in where's again where Shosho's from?
Oh, in Durango?
Durango." And Suzanne picked up on this. This was in 2018 or 2019. They'd only just arrived there. They weren't there that long anyway. And she picked up on this. Suzanne picked up on that on one of these messages to Sheila. She says, "What do you think about this last minute thing to firefighting deployment?" That's what he said. He's deployed. Deployed, like, huh? What's
Yeah.
he's in the army. He's got a hat and a jacket. You know what I mean? But yeah, he could have easily have met up with Shosho at that time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the marriage was over. They both were doing their own thing. I don't think they really cared, which brings up an interesting question, and that is, why now? Like, there had to have been something for Barry to finally decide this is it, right? Now, I know they were arguing and she was saying, I want a divorce, but that had been going on for a long time. So something must have happened, bringing it home, like it's now or nothing. Now's the day.
Well, you know that she was wanting to leave. You know, this was going on since January, I think.
Yes.
And so the pressure was there all the time, you know, and I'd say that she was played for that last weekend because, like,
he was stringing her along.
I think she thought that we're going to discuss this and at least we'll move on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and we'll do it as civilly as possible, you know, and but when she came back from dropping Macy off, he was gone.
Yes.
Gone.
Yes.
And she was pissed. That's why you got that big argument on the Wednesday morning.
With the list.
No, that's the Friday morning you're thinking of. The one on the Wednesday morning was, "I'm done. I could care less what you've been up to for years. We just want to do this civilly." You know what I mean? Do you remember that one?
Yes,
And
that was Wednesday. I was
Wednesday
thinking
morning at 10 o'clock. She was with Jean Ritter at the time.
Yeah.
And so she was having a coffee with Jean and all pleasantries, and she's texting Barry this.
Yeah.
And then he tried to get hold of her. This is why I was mixing up. They were all getting mixed up between Wednesday and Friday because it was very similar things going on, all the calls and texts.
Yes.
There's calls and texts on Friday, there's calls and texts, a big group of them. This is what Barry does, a big group of texts, one after another. And so this happened on the Wednesday, and she's ignoring him. She's really pissed because he never came home, and she done her part. She got the girls, Macy off to Mallory, and when she came back, she was on her own in this bloody big ivory castle. So then the next night was the Wednesday. The Wednesday he stayed that night, and then the Thursday he was out all day the Thursday, and then he done the same thing. He never came home the Thursday. And this was her reaction was worse. This time she composed this list
That was the
of all her
list.
grievances, and she sent that to him in the morning, basically
And
saying,
Martin,
it's over.
there were things that were on that list
Yeah.
that if it got out,
Oh,
he
yes.
would never have been able to show his face
This was the
ever
problem.
again. That
And
was the trigger, wasn't it?
rage. That was a triggering thing. But he definitely had this planned, even though it seems like this was a triggering event. I think he still had this planned. And this just helped the whole situation.
Yeah.
Because now he had anger.
Yes.
Make it easy for him to do what he had to do.
And fear, right? You don't want your daughters to see a list that says, you walked away from with your pants unzipped. You don't.
Yes.
You how do you explain that to your daughters, right? So he was scared.
Yeah, there was
a tough list.
It was, and the thing was, can you imagine? Barry didn't think for 1 minute that she knew half this stuff.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden to be confronted with this list, he must have been fuming.
Oh, his heart was probably pounding.
And that she knew about this stuff go back years.
Yes.
So
I still wonder. I think that comment that she made to Sheila about how Barry, all of his business dealings were always shady.
Yeah.
I still wonder if that had something to do with it, that maybe he was afraid she was going to tell, maybe it was something illegal related to finances or money. Because I think the fact that he had no business license, he had been there in Colorado working for more than a year. And then as soon as this all goes down, then suddenly he lays out that big amount of cash to get a license. Something very strange about that.
Well, he had access now to her money as well. Do you know what I mean?
You don't think that she was trying to pull that back. You don't remember he had to pay Jean, right? He paid Jean, right?
Did he ever pay Jean?
I mean, it sounded like it. For some reason, there was something I read that made me think he had paid.
Yeah,
you don't think he did?
He said it. He said you could tell your sons that I paid.
Yes.
I paid it, but did he actually pay the money? Because the thing is, it was 100,000. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And the thing, Jean was in hospital at the time, and Jean probably didn't want any angst between everybody. Sure. And he just wanted Suzanne back. And he's probably just said, oh, look, yeah, it's been settled. That's been sorted. Do you know what I mean? Keep the peace or whatever. You don't know. We don't know. We don't know for a fact.
No, we don't.
But
That's
that
true.
could be money he might have had.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think there's something more that's going to come out. I think there's going to be more. I don't think this prosecution did a good job. And I think there's a lot of, you had found so many critical items that should have been accounted for, and they never even mentioned it in the prosecution. So,
the classic one is Grusing. There's if you Google up or if you look up the search the affidavit, and you look under 12 consecutive calls. So 1, 2 as in 12, not just
right.
Put 1, 2 consecutive calls, and you read that paragraph. They believed until they got the messages, they believed it happened on the Friday.
Yes.
So it was those calls that I just read out, those messages. That's what made them think. And I just said, this is crazy. This is crazy. And I said this before I even seen these messages. I said this to Kurt. I said, I can imagine what these messages are like. They're like, want to hike, all these short little texts.
Yes.
Not like when Suzanne is sending messages to Libler, which are, a paragraph or two. Do you know what I mean?
It's real conversation, yeah.
Yeah. And it's intelligent and it means something, not just grunts. These are just grunts. You know what I mean? And the other thing is the other messages, which are Suzanne, have we got summer tires for over? You know, they're like commands.
Yeah.
You know, and some of the things like Barry texts Suzanne, "I know I'm heading home," and next thing Suzanne messages Libber, I'm heading home," but she doesn't do that, or Barry's on his way home, kind of thing, but she doesn't do that till he's actually at the house.
Yes. So
No.
it was just all so contrived.
Yeah, he's done the messages when he's arrived to the house. He's messaged that, and then when he's leaving, he's texted out to Libbler, "Guess who's home? Home alone again." You know what I mean? Guess who's alone, home again, or whatever.
Yep.
So he's doing this while he's actually on the property.
So weird.
And they didn't catch this, but the reason I can see why they didn't catch it, because the calls are all over the place. I'm still not sure myself what's going on with the calls, because for some of them to be UTC minus 7 hours and then some minus 6, it's crazy. This just does not happen.
Would you don't think it was being done so that they could establish just a narrative? It's just.
I think I'm actually looking into that at the moment. That there's something that they're trying to cover.
Exactly.
And it's something to do with something either on the Friday, or because these all go back now to the Friday. You know, they're all those times are all over the place. So when we done our original E to Z, myself and Kurt, we done the correct times. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But
and then we had to change them because we thought we were wrong.
Yes.
But we weren't wrong. It was they altered the documents.
They had to have a reason. Either to force something to fit or to hide something, right? And we know they did that because we know that she totally invented this taking a photograph with the pizza stuff. That was all just a fabrication. That wasn't real at all.
No, there was never a photograph. Nobody ever seen that photograph.
No.
People say they've seen it, but they didn't. There was never a photograph.
No, it was just said. No. It was just said by Iris.
Like that photograph would have been in Mallory's phone, and would probably be in Macy's phone as well. It would have been, well, it wouldn't have been. It would have been in Suzanne's, but we never got her phone. But if it was sent to the girls, it would have been in their phones.
Well, speaking of the girls, and there's going to be people that are going to be mad, and they're going to say, we don't talk about the kids, you know, and I respect that. But there's something different with this. And it is that the girls were intentionally missing on exactly the same weekend that their mother poofs and disappears, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how, if you're going to conduct a real investigation, I don't know how you ignore, oh, where did you go? What was the trip? When was it planned? How did it change? And we didn't get anything about that.
I think it was Mallory was going off with Holly, with meeting up with a few guys or whatever like that. And then
we had so many different stories that kept changing.
Yeah.
I mean, Barry's sister went with them.
No, I don't.
And then Barry's sister didn't go with them.
No,
I mean, it was just silly.
No, see, there was at the if you remember, Dusty was. Remember Dusty Draper?
I don't.
Tyson Draper's brother. The treat.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
3-2-1. The 3-2-1 show, whatever.
Yes.
He had all the photographs, so they were all on Instagram, and
they went to a lake.
They went to Salt Lake City. They went there, yeah, and they were supposed to go to Idaho, and but
Yeah, so
they were
60
60,
minutes
they were
doesn't
60 miles
work.
away from to the border.
So
And
you don't think that that is important given the fact that their mom just happened to die?
oh yeah,
How do you leave that out of the investigation, especially including Barry's sister? Because she was a part of the original story.
yeah.
It was only later that they were like, oh well, we must have been mistaken about that. I don't know. I think it's highly suspect.
Oh, look, all of it is there. Do you know what I mean?
And you've
You-
got in the dryer where you find the hypodermic needle
Cap,
cover.
cap, yeah.
You've got was it Mallory's sheets? The sheets from
Yes,
Mallory's bedroom? You got
yeah,
Mallory's sheets, you got Barry's shorts, and then
yes.
you've got this needle cap on the same weekend that the girls are whisked away, supposedly gone somewhere with their aunt. Oops, wrong about that. How
And
does somebody
there was
not
no
look at that
plan.
and feel curious about that? That
There was
is,
there was no plan for Holly to stay, or even Mallory. I don't think. I don't think Mallory was going to stay in
but Barry said that.
the
Barry said
yeah,
that Suzanne would have, cleaned and cooked
house.
because
Yeah,
Holly was coming. And
yeah,
no, they totally dropped the ball on that part of it. They just dropped the ball on what actually happened with the girls and Suzanne and Barry's sister. All of that should have been part of the discovery.
yeah,
I believe that, but I'm a highly suspicious person, Martin. I
yeah.
am. My brain speculates, and I don't even have to try. I'm speculating while I'm sleeping, Martin.
But I also I look at it as well. Like a guy has to sleep, a guy has to eat. Do you know? Even if he's murdered somebody, he has to do normal things.
Yeah, well,
So
physiologically, he
you know,
can't keep functioning without sleeping.
no, and you see, sometimes you have to look at it and you say, "Well, hold on, no, he's probably gone to the bathroom, or he's probably gone somewhere
Yeah,
here." You have to
yeah.
think of these things as well. You can't be every single thing, but because when we see this first, that's all we see. We only see a snippet, so we're looking at we're studying this snippet, and we're trying to think, "Oh, he could be under that rock, or he could be behind that tree." You know what I mean?
So much, yeah. So many
Yes.
nefarious things. Yeah.
So, but now there's so much information. There's so much of it that he has no hope. Iris
No, he's going
and
down.
I think Iris is in trouble. And Drew,
ISIS,
and Drew,
ISIS, you better get on an airplane, girl, and you better take a transatlantic flight because they're gonna come for you too. I
because
believe it.
if this was the prosecution that altered all these documents,
Oh my goodness.
that would have been in the lawsuit.
And isn't that the kind of thing that a woman does to protect her lover? That's not the kind of thing that a bona fide attorney does for their client,
No,
right?
no.
Yeah.
And
I think old Barry turned the charm on, got
but you know
ISIS all confused.
the other thing as well, Jules, the in the court transcripts, they were using her Iris's documents.
What do you mean?
The defense or the prosecution was using the defense's documents. They're
As their evidence?
in court. Yeah, they didn't have their own. Do you know what I mean? They weren't supplied with their own stuff, so they were
Oh my God.
terrible. So she was giving them her copies. So that's what they're working on.
And she had some of that stuff had been like manipulated. It just wasn't real.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
she even has in her lawsuit, she has that Barry. The last time that Barry used the Bobcat was at 12:34, 26 seconds or something like that on Saturday. Wrong. It was 1. She was an hour out.
Yeah.
That's how I knew that was her that messed with the with
The details.
the hour for the
Yes.
the UTC -6. See on the actual Bobcat document, it says at the top. It says actually says all the way through it. It says -7 UTC -7 +1. So it's like at the moment in Colorado it's -7, right?
Right.
Because it's mountain time.
Yes.
And so this month it's going to change. Is it next Sunday or the Sunday after? I'm not too sure. It's either next Sunday or the following Sunday. It changes, and you're going to be Mountain Daylight Time.
Yes.
So it'll be 6 hours difference.
Yes.
But she got it wrong. This highfalutin super lawyer got it wrong. And
Yeah, it was contrived.
Drew knew better. I don't know. I actually don't know. But I know that they didn't understand it, because even when they got to the hotel, when they figured out, I was reading the transcript, they figured out the same as what I did about the missing difference in the time. But they thought that the clock was 51 minutes in the hotel's clock was 51 minutes ahead, when it isn't.
It was 8 minutes.
It's 8 minutes ahead,
Yeah.
not 51 minutes.
Right.
You know,
What a mess.
And
what a mess.
The clock in the transcripts, it says about where we're talking about earlier on, where the Bobcat was, those CCTV cameras that are overlooking. The judge or whoever it was asked them, "Is that time of those cameras, is it correct? Do you know?" And he says, "Yes, it's correct. The time is out by exactly 4 minutes to the second."
See, they were verifying things they had no idea about.
Well, they got the Shell station. They got that one correct. That was out by 2 minutes. They got that one was correct. But then there's the one right near on the road near the bank, the one that you can see the elk in the background as Barry's passing in his truck.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Somebody's asking me a question here. 1 second.
Exactly, Mama Mo. Exactly.
Tyson Draper brother named Dusty Draper, the 321. Yeah, is that the?
Can you help? Can you explain how the line items were altered? How you were able to tell?
How I was able to explain how the documents were altered. All right, so you can I actually done this on Reddit, and I actually printed up the documents last week, and it's the title of it is "Did Iris Fool the Prosecution?" That's the name, the title, and then it says did for Iris, and then I have something after explained easier or something, made simple or something like that. So I have it all printed out in pictures so you can see it.
Yeah.
But so there's 3 extraction reports there. One of them shows all the times are 7 hours. The other one shows all the times are 6 hours. And the other one shows half of them are 6 hours and the other half are 7 hours on the one sheet.
Why? Oh my God. What a mess.
So this, they cannot get away from this. Do you know what I mean? This cannot be. But this means that there's other stuff that's wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
I look at some of one of the entries says Suzanne, right? It's the last call that was made to Suzanne, right? And it was made on supposedly on Sunday at 7:21 p.m., right, when Barry's coming home. And the call is not answered. But by the extraction report, it actually shows that it's about 6 seconds difference, which is correct. You would see a difference between 1 second and 10 seconds to be a difference. But this is the wrong way around. So this call is made before it was dialed.
What?
6 seconds before it was sent. 6 seconds before it was dialed. Do you know what I mean? They got it wrong, and all in the call logs, it says Suzanne Morphew and her phone number, Suzanne Morphew, and this one just says Suzanne.
Yes. Yes.
And this is taken out of the computer. So how would all the calls to Suzanne be all Suzanne Morphew, and the very last one just says Suzanne?
Because it was added.
It was added. There was a
Yeah.
call. It was either there was a call there, they changed it, or they just added one in there. I tell you, there's so much odd stuff in there. Calls that are deleted. I can tell you, I bet I know when some of the calls were deleted, and I know the times there's certain calls were definitely probably sent, but they were deleted. I'm looking at it so often, but I don't know. This stuff should be looked at again and put
So
out there.
Ike, who is Ike?
That's Cassidy. Remember Cassidy?
Yes.
Yeah,
Why is
that's
the
Ike.
name Ike?
I know
Is that
everything.
like a nickname or?
I know everything.
Look at you, Martin. All-knowing, omniscient Martin.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so Ike is Cassidy. All right.
yeah, and that's what it says. I know everything, Ike.
I got it. I know everything.
Yeah.
So you
So-
think he's the guy
What guy?
that knows everything.
He's Barry's piece on the side.
No.
Yeah.
Cassidy is?
Yeah.
Not George?
No.
I thought it was George.
No. They might be romancing as well, but no. Cassidy had eyes for Barry.
Didn't Cassidy leave town for a while?
He went to jail for a while. In
I
Denmark.
thought he I thought he went up to maybe to Illinois or
Oh no, he went to Arizona for a while. Yeah, he went on a little trip to Vegas, and he went to Vegas, I think, as well. Barry, this was soon after, and Barry ended up buying them a bit of a secondhand Jeep or something.
yeah.
And,
Don't you think that's weird?
Yeah, hush money, I'd say, is what some people call it.
Yeah.
Um,
Because if Cassidy is as big a part of Barry's life, it seems like there would have been something about him in all of the discovery.
sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah. So you feel like Cassidy is a big part of Barry's life, right? Why wasn't he somehow figured into all of this preliminary, like everything in the preliminary hearing? Why didn't we hear much from him?
Very little. We just didn't want to talk, really.
So you
all
think
we
if
knew
they
about-
tried to question him, he just was shut down, quiet?
I think so, because I think they did pressurize him. I actually thought that he might have been the source for Buffett. You know what I mean?
Oh, I've been thinking about that if somebody talked.
I was thinking it might be him if it was anyone, because he was inside for a while. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden
Yeah.
he got out and good behavior, and he got a little plaque with his
Interesting.
name spelled wrong on it. Seriously, yeah. But yeah, there was that. But the other thing I think that could have caught Barry there as well is, well, he's got guys that are on the, as I said to you before, guys that are on the call logs, that own property right beside where Suzanne's body was found, and I think it's about 750 acres or something like that. And they're hunters. They go hunting with Barry, and they just live right close there.
Is Cassidy one of those?
No,
Because
no.
he doesn't have anything, does he? He's
no,
pretty poor guy.
he doesn't. He's no interested in hunting. He likes to hit the white ball, the golf
Yeah.
club.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, no. But so there's that, and then there's Barry in the safe. If you look at the picture of the safe, and if you look at the public documents, and you look at the picture of inside Barry's safe, you'll see these three little orange devices in there, and they're Garmin trackers.
Yes.
So they're for guys hunting, go out, they're tracking their deer or whatever like that, and but they've got GPS markers and all that, and they would have a lot of history in them. So they would probably tell you if those GPS, any of those GPS in those devices have the exact same GPS as up in Moffat. Wouldn't that be interesting? Bit of evidence.
So yeah, so
And they're in
interesting.
discovery. They're in discovery, definitely. But they've probably been never looked at.
Yeah, there's so much that could be done.
There's lots of stuff. We
Yeah.
see there's tons of CCTV. There's loads of CCTV that could be interesting. But if they're thinking that Suzanne was buried on the Saturday night, Sunday morning, sure, there's going to be no CCTV then for the time, and I think, which would be the Shell station down in which probably not actually, because he probably would have went a different route, but he went up to 285, so he could have cut past, not go past the Shell station, and took a left and came out on the take the 50 and then onto the 140, which will bring you onto the 285 and come that way, crossing the 50 again and going in towards Moffat.
Yeah,
He could have done that to avoid the camera, if you get me.
I do. Yeah.
But he could be still on the camera at about 7 to 10 minutes past midnight on Saturday morning.
Well, there's so much, and like we said,
Jules,
He's-
I could talk here all night because I know so much. I haven't even.
but the frustration, the frustration is that like the stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
backwards, forward, sideways. The prosecutors, even the local police, they don't have that passion for the case that you do.
The job,
So
they're
they
doing-
don't, they
No,
can't
they're doing the
sit
job.
down.
They're doing the 9 to 5. They shut off after 9 o'clock or
Correct.
8 o'clock, whatever. It's a job for them. I'm doing this, as you said, I'm passionate about it because I'm interested in it, and I'm interested in other cases as well. But I do this because it's a good thing to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a bit like people that do puzzles and stuff like that as well. There's that to it as well. But Jules, I could be here, like, it's what time here now? It's just 10 to 1, about 8 minutes to 1 here in the morning. I normally go to bed about 2, and I'm up to that time, and I'm working on Suzanne, and I'm listening, could be listening to you, or could be listening to something else while I'm working. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the frustrating thing for me, Jules, is that I know this stuff, and I could pop my clogs tomorrow and nobody'd know all the stuff I know. Do you know what I mean? I want to get this out there.
And that's why I keep saying that you need to do a YouTube channel. You
Well, I
need to
have-
do it to memorialize the knowledge that you have.
I can't, Jules, it's not my cup of tea. Honest to God, I just could, like, I could talk here all day, but I haven't even really watched the chat here because I'm chatting with you basically. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm forgetting the chat. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do it all the time. Even when I was on with Kurt, you know what I mean? There'd be people that be sending me great messages and everything, and I wouldn't see it till the next day. You know what I mean?
You know what? I have done videos before where I'm just talking along for 30 minutes, and when I look down at the chat, everybody's going, "We can't hear you."
Well,
So
I
that
know.
happens.
But you're great though. But I love that when I see that, and everyone's doing it, and I'm doing it as well. And you're rambling away, and
Oh
then
my
all of a
God.
sudden, oh my God, how long? How long? Yeah.
So
But a lot of
yeah,
people-
but look, there's the information that you sent me, where you
Yeah.
took the phone calls and you broke that down according to Barry's location and where he was at, like when
Yes.
these phone calls happen. That is information that I can do visuals, like I can do something that it makes it easier to understand.
Yes.
But I always feel like I don't want to step on your content. I don't want to step on your knowledge.
Jules, I said to you before that you can anybody can have what I have. I'm giving it out there to anyone that wants to use it. Do you know what I mean? And
Okay,
if
well,
anyone wants to ask
I
me
just want to
questions
make sure.
or whatever, like I said, like I know you were looking at Matt. I was looking at I seen Matt's thing earlier on today, and I was just saying, God, like I fell out with Matt a long time back.
Yes.
He didn't believe what I was saying, and so we had a bit of a fallout. Anyway, I won't go into it anyway, but we were good friends beforehand,
Yes.
and but I don't really hold grudges like that. But I was looking at his channel today, and I was saying, God, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong,
Yeah.
and it would be easy for me to just text them and say, look, Matt, that's not actually correct. What is correct is this. You know what I mean? But I don't have that. I don't have that with him anymore. You know what I mean?
But you also have to. So part of what gets people to look at information and then develop a timeline or develop a storyline, develop a hypothesis, as if you will.
Yes.
Part of that is their own personal experiences, what they can relate to.
Yes.
So like I was telling the story earlier about Tylee and JJ,
Yes.
and that this Reverend Donna Serafina was doing this reading, and she started talking about this horrible thing that happened with Tylee, and I just completely shut it off. I said, this is ludicrous. That's BS, and I'm not listening to this anymore. And I just turned it off. Right. Little did I know that somehow, some miraculous way, she did know what she was talking about. She was accurate. So, you know,
she sent me loads of stuff, Donna.
About Suzanne.
Yeah, loads of stuff.
The tree is fairly unnerving, isn't it?
The tree. Lots of different things about the elevation.
Yes.
A certain type of a snake. There was the tree, I think, was called a prairie tree or something like that. Something prairie. So I still have all that information. I have all that information that you sent me. There's pages and pages.
Snake. I can't remember the snake. What was
the snake? Because this particular snake, it only lives at a certain elevation.
Yeah.
And it was, if I remember rightly, it was in around 9,000 square feet above sea level. Like, I have it all. I still have it in a file which is called a Suzanne file, which I haven't actually opened for, I'd say, a year. Do you know, I have so many files, but that one just reminded me that the stuff on that, I must go through that. There's the stuff on that which, but you know, this. I took a break from this for a while, for about 4 months, and when I came back, Jules, it was like, wow.
You just see it so different, yeah.
Yeah, the fog is gone, and just other things, you know.
Yeah, so it's interesting you said something about the tree being a prairie tree. There's also a prairie rattlesnake.
Oh, maybe that was it.
That is found in Colorado in the high mountain deserts, like the plateau area where Moffett is.
Does it say anything about the height? The
prairie rattlesnake resides at higher elevations than any other rattlesnake. Yeah.
Right. But she gave me loads of things. There was lots of stuff, and I did. There was a time when we had a lull. There was nothing going on.
Yes.
And in the case, this was before he was arrested around that time.
Yeah.
And so, or maybe it was after he was arrested, I don't think. But whatever time it was, she sent me a load of stuff, and I went through a load of it, and I did a lot of research on it and everything. Very interesting. Like, even where you talk about today, you've got that tree, and you're correct, it's like two trees. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And it grows close to the ground. And I'd actually showed her. I sent her loads of pictures of trees from other places I was at.
Right.
They were out along the 50, going out east of Salida, going out that direction. I went out there about nearly 20 odd miles.
Yeah, but
based on
that's a
what
lot of no, you're in forest there,
I
right?
was in the valley going out that way. You know, the valley going out towards Col- uh, Coaldale and what's the name of the other place out there? God.
Bayou Vista.
Oh no, beautiful. The opposite way. Sorry, on the 50. You're talking about the 285. The 50. The 50 goes
Oh,
through.
yeah.
Yeah. So when you go through Salida on the 50, you go out the other side,
Yes.
and you're heading out towards. I suppose you're going out towards. Is it going out towards? Oh, I'm gonna blank here. Free Mountain, that area, isn't it? Out that way.
I thought where you were talking about though, that wasn't. You got to go. The flatlands don't start until you get just a few miles north of Moffett. Is that Highway 50?
I went on Highway 50. I see. I was looking at all the campgrounds and stuff. The area there where Barry might have
Yes.
gone. A good place to be because of COVID. These campgrounds were empty, and I was looking at the places because there was a few clues that was out that way. And I just done this for a few weeks, and then afterwards I had to draw a line across it and say I have to move on. But I still find what she does very interesting. You know, I'm not willing to say yay and nay at this stage, but yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, I am. So I'm as much a disbeliever as is humanly possible. Like
Yeah.
I find horoscopes to be silly. I
Yeah.
don't believe any of that stuff. But I have a really hard time forgetting my personal experience listening to her related to JJ and Tylee, and now again with Suzanne. The tree is staggering. Like if you drive there, the tree is the only thing above ground.
Yeah.
For as long as your eyes can see, at least to the
Yeah,
San
well,
Juan Mountains or the Rockies,
There's another like 4 miles down, heading south. You'll find another 2 trees together.
Yeah, when you move on down a little bit further, there's like a farm complex of buildings, and there's a couple of trees down there.
Oh yes, that's about
Yeah.
a mile away. Yeah.
But I mean that one lone big
Yeah.
tree.
Oh,
Like
and
it's
you're 100%. You said it's like a marker.
Yes,
But you
that's
remember, like even there was a full moon that night, I think. So so when he was driving down, he would have been very easy to find that place. You know what I mean? Like
yes.
it's 2 miles basically from Moffat, from the crossroads to Moffat. It's
So
2 miles to there.
he could have prepared the site.
Well, there was an elk. There was an elk, a carcass there.
Right.
He could have shot that elk.
So
You
he
know what I
could
mean?
have prepared the site, and the tree would have been the marker, so he would know where he was going in the dark.
Do you know? I don't think so because, do you know, it was a shallow grave. Like if Barry had time to prepare that, that would have been 6 foot deep. The fact
Not
that
if he was trying to hide.
if
Right?
he was- no, but I mean, if he had done this previously, you know what I mean? Say a week before or whatever, if he had gone out there and prepared it, he would. There was no. She wouldn't have been. Her feet wouldn't have been missing and dug up like that because she would have been buried deep. The reason he had 40 minutes basically to dig that grave, put her in there, bury her, and whatever, and gone. Do you know what I mean? It was like a military operation. Do you know, and you have to understand as well. He put his phone into airplane mode. He put his phone into airplane mode a few times, and I'm saying to Kurt, I'm saying, "What's all this airplane mode? What is he up to? No good." But if you're going to do something, if you only do it once, everyone's going to be focused on it. But if you're doing it 6 or 7 times, people say, "Oh, he does this all the time."
That's right. Yes.
So you have to get inside this guy's head.
yeah.
you know, and this would be for me the right time, because if I was going to murder my wife, which I might do one of these days,
Don't even joke about it. You could get in a lot of trouble.
um, I would do the same thing. I would have, like, it was like the guy. Remember there was the case. Oh God, but Mazel was it? What's her name, Mazel? And she was shot. The husband shot her in the garage, and that was he shot her a few days before everyone heard the gunshots. Remember that?
Mazel. Oh, in California.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's in
yeah, yeah,
California.
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but she was shot days before she was missing. She was reported missing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
And they never found her.
no, they never found her. But this guy is a bit. Once you plan stuff like that, like Barry planned this, I'd say he had a book or something with his plan in it. So when it went off, he knew exactly what to do.
Do you think he planned the day, or do you think he just
No,
planned out how he would do it?
I think he had planned how he would do it if it happened. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. If it became necessary that he
Yeah.
do it.
I think if she didn't comply, I think it was, and Donna said this as well. Actually, Donna said that that she believed that there was a conversation or that between her and Suzanne, and that when Barry knew that she wasn't going to comply, that he had made up his mind then.
And
So
it was
Donna,
all so he could get money.
um, just there's so many things he couldn't deal with her being with somebody else, and
So you still think it was about Jeff Lippler?
I think it could be any other man. She was his property, like as Suzanne's sister said, she was a trophy. Do you know what I mean? He wanted the lot, the two lovely daughters, the lovely wife, the big house. All of a sudden this was all going to be ruined.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's going to lose half of everything. Even if she said she'd live in a shack, eventually she would have got half of everything. Do you know what I mean?
And that's why I think he didn't care about her being with another man. It was about the money.
Oh
It was
yeah.
about the lifestyle, not about his love. He didn't feel any love for anyone, I don't think.
He's I tell you, people don't. He's an idiot, but also
I think
he's
he's an
clever.
idiot too.
Yeah, but he's clever as well. People disregard him. I don't. I know how clever this guy is. But the only thing is, he's shoddy in his work, and he's shoddy in this as well. It's if you go in and look at everything in detail, this is where you find them out. You have to go the extra yard to find out.
But I get the feeling when you talk about it, Martin, that you sort of envision him as being a very methodical, organized guy. And I don't see that at all. I see a guy that is just a wreck.
No,
That he's just always running around putting out fires.
No, yeah, well, this is the brilliance of it. Like, he's there dumping stuff up in Broomfield. He's driving there without telematics. He's saying mountain lion. He's saying this and he's saying that, and it's working for him. It worked.
Yeah, but maybe it's not because he's so smart. Maybe it's because the local law enforcement is not very smart.
That 100% that played a big part. I said that it was the perfect storm. It was Linda Stanley arriving. It was a small town sheriff's department. It was politics. It was Barry was a firefighter. He was in with with the clique. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
You got the whole thing going
on. And they were all worshiping big man Morphew and his big $3 million house on the hill. And it was all just an illusion. That's not who he is. He's a disaster.
Yeah.
Look at the newest video of the guy. He's not normal. He's not. Look, I think one of the reasons that he comes off looking to be kind of clever in this whole thing, I think it's just because he is a tracker and he understands looking for tiny little signs and details that
Yes.
you plot backwards to the original event,
Yes,
right?
100%. It's like a chess player.
Yes, and
It's
so he
moves.
thinks about
And he goes, he 100%, and he's reversed this. Do you know what I mean? So he's walked backwards. And
yeah.
that
So
is
he says, okay, you know, my wife is going to go missing, and law enforcement's going to come in, and they're going to be tracking the killer, just like I track a bear. And so, what are the details we're going to be looking for? And he laid out a series of fake clues for people to pay attention to. The whole 5 trash stops.
shooting the chipmunks. You know what I mean?
The chipmunks that was BS. That was the
He's got a
silliest
gun.
thing I've ever heard of. Yeah.
He's got a gun. He's shooting chipmunks. His wife
Exactly.
is lying out in the sun.
Yep.
But they have it. Well, we have them. Bam, bam, bam. They fell for it.
Sure.
But they couldn't prove any of it.
No.
I
If
can
you
prove.
go back
I
and
can
if you go
prove.
back
I can
and you
prove.
Yeah, but what
happened on Friday?
No, Martin. But what you're doing is actually real, and it's static, it's unmoving, it's actual data, correct?
Yes.
Go back and look at the arrest affidavit, go back and look at the information that came out at the preliminary hearing. All of the data, the actual evidence we were just being given a story. It was actually ISIS's story.
Yes.
She was telling everybody what to think. She was telling everybody how it all went down. And the prosecution was just a disaster. There was no kind of guidance in that courtroom. I'm telling you.
I think look at Iris, they were thinking, oh, this big lawyer, you know, fancy lawyer with all these women coming in carrying suitcases every day at the court. You know what I mean?
They made it look like a Hollywood movie, didn't they?
100%.
Yeah.
And so they were like in awe nearly of the defense. But
they were.
The thing is, Iris isn't as clever as what people think. 100%.
You think she's not, or you think she is?
No, she's not.
Oh, I think she is.
You see, this is where we differ.
We do.
I because I've seen where she's making her mistakes, and that's so easy to spot. Do you ever play poker?
Oh yeah, I love poker.
Yeah, well, she would be no good at playing poker. She'd lose her house fairly quickly. But you can see in the transcripts, when you read her in the transcripts, you can see what's coming up. Do you know what I mean? The way she.
But listen, I'm telling you, like, I can't state this. I've never seen the closest attorney that I've ever seen that acted like she did was the guy that prosecuted Jodi Arias, Juan Martinez.
Right.
He had, but it wasn't the same as her. But he had this way of sort of leading the witness into what was a misstep, right? He knew that he was taking them there. Iris is different. Iris is just chaos. She gets up there when she's talking, her hands are flailing about and she's talking loud. She talks like super, super fast.
Yeah.
She's walking and moving around and she's picking things up, she's putting them down. And the whole time there's just this running dialogue that it was really,
I can get it. I get it. But when in the transcripts, she talks the same speed as everyone else. When you're reading, she loses half of that.
I think she confuses herself as she's confusing everyone else, right?
And she still confuses me a little bit because she'll say, all right, we're going to talk now about May 7th. And then she starts talking about May 8th.
Yeah. Well, I thought there was one where she was going to talk about the 7th, and she then began to talk about what had happened on the 9th. on the like with was it the night that they
She's,
had?
she's all over the place. She talks about
Oh,
May
it's crazy.
8th. May 8th is when everything happened, really, you know. But
Yeah.
she mixes May 8th up with May 6th. And
I mean,
then
you
all of
can
a sudden,
kind of see it. She's
the
not wanting to talk
Constitution
about the
were
8th.
joining with her.
Yeah, everybody's Grusing agreed
Yeah.
with her.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there going, wait a minute, I don't think that's right. I don't think that was the 8th.
And
But he agreed.
Lindsay was saying, hold on a second. No, hold on. He was saying, this is not how we're reading it. You know what I mean?
It was so weak.
Yeah.
It was so weak.
But I enjoy I definitely take out one of the transcripts every 2 or 3 days. I'm never far behind having the affidavit.
Something close by, yeah.
It's always there. Once a day, I have definitely look at something in the affidavit.
So if you go back and you look at ISIS and the things that she's focusing on as she's addressing the court, doesn't it seem like she doesn't want to talk about the 8th? It's almost like she doesn't want to draw attention to it. She talks about the 6th.
But see, the problem is what I said to you earlier on about the Bobcat.
Yeah.
I always thought that when she was doing it, that the Bobcat was minus 7 hours. Where she got this from, it says it on it, minus 7, but she forgot the plus 1. It says minus 7 plus 1 for daylight saving time.
Yes.
But she just went for the minus 7. So she minus 7 of all the Bobcat times.
So
when she made up her, you
think it's a mistake?
A mistake. Oh yeah, mistake. So when she done her Friday pizza thing, she forgot she done this, but the Bobcat was an hour earlier. Sorry, yeah, the Bobcat was an hour earlier. Is that right? I'm trying to think myself now. But the Bobcat was minus 6 hours, not minus 7. So it was an hour earlier, and she thought that's fine. Do you know what I mean? But no. So when Barry's is the calls and all those things, and Barry's going to get the pizza, the Bobcat's driving around in his yard.
Yes. Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
I do. But you think that was done because she was just foolish. She wasn't. You don't think that was being done strategically?
No. She made a mistake.
Interesting.
She made a mistake with that, and then when she realized it, I think Drew
Drew got mad at her.
Yeah, but so there's that, and then there's not enough time to do everything. Like so on the Saturday, Suzanne supposedly had texted Jeff, said that she went had a fine quiet night or whatever, and we went and got pizza, looked at properties around Salida, but there wasn't time for all this. You know yourself, you go and look at properties, that's not a 2-minute job. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Driving around, look at this property, then you drive around, look at another property. That's not a 2-minute job. That takes a long time. So the pizza thing is it's a time to get there. Round trip just to get the pizza back is 40 minutes. You know?
Yeah.
So you have to add in then going looking at properties, and well, it doesn't add up. And then the minute she arrives back, she jumps on her Facebook and does the 23 requests. Then after making the requests, then she changes her password. Why would she change her password after doing that? And then the next day she changes it again. Why would you? How many times do you change your password, Jules?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, you do. You probably
no,
do.
No. I don't. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
But I don't. You know what I mean? My password.
No, in fact, I don't. I get mad when I'm forced to change my password because it's it's second nature, right? And then you got to actively remember it. So no, I don't want to.
I'm too old for that now. I can't be remembering new passwords.
Exactly. So one thing that I want to show while we're talking for the people that are still here and listening, I'm going to show you talking about that tree that's out there that, Donna Serafina referenced
Yes.
and whatnot. I want you guys to see this because you have to really appreciate that she's talking about this tree well before Suzanne's ever discovered, right? Years before she's discovered. She's talking about this tree. Now I want y'all to see this location. It's really, it's so, I mean, it's really unbelievable. So we're going to start here, and I want you to look all the way around. This is the road on which,
Highway 17.
she's found. Yeah, this is the road for. Now that's the tree, right? So Moffett is behind us just a couple of miles. This is the tree where Suzanne is found. Okay.
Right. Moffat's behind you now. Directly
Yeah,
behind you.
Moffett is behind me.
Yeah, 2 miles.
But look at the horizon.
Yeah.
Look for another tree anywhere and
Nowhere.
just look at this. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go on up to the tree and you'll see. Okay, so see that dirt road? Okay, Suzanne is found on the right side of the dirt road.
Yeah.
She's over here, right?
There's the mile marker on the left-hand side, 103, just there.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's Moffett in that direction.
Where?
There's the infamous tree. Look at the horizon. Tell me if you see a tree anywhere.
Yeah, that's Moffat, yeah.
And then here we go.
I'm watching it, and I'm behind because we've got a few seconds delay. So
okay.
I'll
So go another mile down here. Okay. Do you see any trees?
About 3 or 4 miles down there. It's about 4 miles before you come against 2 trees very similar on same distance.
And I believe that they're a part of that little ranch that's there. Or not a ranch, but like a little farm.
There's a dirt track along there. It runs parallel to the 17. It's called the 52, I think, if I remember rightly. It's just.
Is there a dirt? Say that again. I didn't understand you, Martin. I'm sorry.
There's a dirt track and it runs parallel to this, and it's roughly where that tree is, and it runs parallel.
Okay, so if you were to head straight out across toward the main road, you would run across another dirt road that's running parallel to 17.
Yes, parallel. So it's roughly where that tree is. There's a road that runs parallel.
It's actually a bit further. Yeah, it's a bit further than that. It's maybe so the tree itself is probably maybe 75 yards, 80 yards off the highway, off of 17, to the other direction toward this dirt road you're talking about. Maybe it's 150, 200 yards.
Yeah,
but then
is it called the 52 or 59 or something like that? It's called?
Oh, I don't know. I just know that we went out there. There's a lot of dirt road crisscross here because this is kind of like irrigated land, like farmland or whatever. So you've got these kind of almost methodical dirt roads that are out there to get around. But the two paved roads is 17, and then when you jump over to, is it 285?
285. The 285. Yeah. That's the one that goes right through Salida, out towards Buena Vista.
Yeah. So again, I don't know how long I lost count, how many I'd gone, but look for the trees. Look for the trees. Like there is no tree. It's the damnedest thing.
No trees. No.
It is so unbelievable that she was able to do this. I am fascinated. Like I really am. I am intrigued. So here's a little, house area, but there's no trees there.
Yeah, I was right. It's called a 59. It's further down. I just see it here on my map.
So if you look all the way on the horizon, no trees. You keep on going. There's like a dairy farm or something that's down here. And I think this might be like the first. See that little tree right there? right there. Okay, so there's this little tree right here. I mean, there are no trees out there on this flat, high elevation desert, I think is what they call it, or prairie, right? It would be like prairie lands, but really arid, really dry. So the reason that I'm pointing that out is we now have two cases specific to Reverend Donna Serafina. We have two cases that she pulls out this most obscure, strange detail that is so absolutely accurate.
Yeah.
How is she doing it? I am not a believer in supernatural thing. I'm not a believer. I mean, I believe in heaven. I think we have a soul and that's energy. I think it's conscious. But I
wouldn't normally. Now, to be honest, I would be like you. I wouldn't, and I found it very hard to accept it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Kurt would be more open to it. Do you know what I mean?
But he goes on what was it? He goes exploring inside rocks. I told him, I said, Kurt, I call him AK. I said, AK, I would not do that. I think there are going to be heavy pharmaceuticals involved. But this is my point, right? You guys see this. There's no trees out there for miles and miles and miles. And Donna says, oh, yeah, there's a tree. And it's a real peculiar tree. And it looks like this. And there it is. And you drive up and you can see it exactly as she described it.
I can tell you now, she said there was horse oil fence. She said there was mountains with snow on. So if you go on, if you click there and look around the mountains, you will see that there are mountains there with snow on top. But whereabouts in Colorado, Salida, will you find an area where there's not? Do you know what I mean? At the same time,
say that again.
Where will you, if you're in Salida and you look around, all the mountains seem to have snow on top. Do you know what I mean?
No. Yeah, there's actually a ski resort very close to Suzanne's house. So Monarch,
Monarch,
yeah. So this is high country. Salida is high country, right? And when you come out of Buena Vista? Is that what it's called?
Buena Vista.
When you come out of Buena Vista and you're going towards Salida, you are in a valley. And so it's flat and there's farmland there, but you've got big, majestic mountains on each side, very close, right? Not like this is.
No.
This is as far as the eye can see.
Yeah.
Like this is,
you're surrounded here by mountains. If you do a 360, you're surrounded by mountains here, more or less.
Yeah. So these over here, these are San Juan. This is where Crestone is. This is where the sand, the white sands. So these are not very big mountains over here. These are the precursors that will eventually build. If you follow this direction, they'll eventually build back up into the Rockies. So you see Salida, it is forest. Like everywhere you look, it is many, many trees, deciduous pine, all of it. It is so hard to understand how she envisions Suzanne in a flat, arid, dry place without a tree anywhere, considering that the whole story, everything is in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. She is in contact with something, Martin. There's no way she did this 2 times without that. There's no way there's no lucky guess here. It's too obscure. It's too,
like, I have to admit the Tylee and it's just, but I still have this bit of me that, skepticism. I did. There was another girl who sent me stuff as well, and I went on on a goose chase, and I caught her out because when she was live, she had her notebook on the table in front of her, and she was talking away, and
Ah,
I screenshot it, and wow,
yep.
was just playing me along. Do you know
Just
what I mean?
wrote a story and then was
Yeah,
trying to convince you.
she
Yeah,
was just trying to get a YouTube channel going, and
that's right.
yeah, so that's kind of did, and then Donna actually spoke to me about this other girl, and she says, "Look," and then Donna didn't know if I was genuine because she was getting all these cranks and everything. So, but no, we got on okay, myself and Donna.
Yeah, she's I really am a believer specific to her. I don't know about any of the other stuff, but she definitely has made me she's definitely opened that door up enough that I'm willing to explore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Previous to JJ and Tylee, her reading of JJ and Tylee, previous to that, I was just like so dismissive. I was like, it's hogwash. It's not even, I'm not even gonna entertain that idea. And it was a very strange experience the way that it all unfolded. And then when they found the kids, the first thing that went through my head was that live with Donna Serafina. And I was like, wow. And I went back and listened, and there were more details. Listen to this, Martin. So in the prosecution of Chad Daybell, one of Donna said in one of her readings, she said, if law enforcement will test the shovels, she said there's a shovel in the shed that
yes,
needs to be tested. And do you
and the
know
saw.
it had Tylee's blood on it? And that was actually submitted in evidence. They took the shovel, they tested it, there it
Wasn't the
was.
handsaw as well? Wasn't there a handsaw?
Handsaw. They found the necklace in the little shed. I mean, it is
Do you know it's just
wow.
terrible? Do you know this cases, Jules? You know they when it involves kids and stuff like that, it just really, I struggle with them. Do you know what I
It's
mean?
the worst. Yeah, it's the worst.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
you had, your brother, y'all had this terrible,
Yes.
situation when you were kids.
Yeah.
And then, I do a lot of work with kids that are dealing with certain things. And, when it's real, when you're in your real life, you're faced with it, you see it's a reality. Then when you hear about these stories on YouTube, it just makes it too real. Most of the stories related to kids, I try to stay away from. I try really hard. Yeah. Just because it's too real to me.
The Summer Wells, I couldn't. I had to go away from it.
I did the same thing. Yep. I avoided Summer Wells.
Yeah.
And I didn't do Megan Boswell. Stayed away from that one.
There's another case as well. There's a few of them that I couldn't do it. I'm just way back here, and I just got my Google Maps, and I'm looking way back. And you're right, that is a definite beacon. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
and
it's the only thing on the landscape to say, "Hey, look here." It's just flat. It's just the most amazing place. Yeah.
So, well, that side of the 17, where Suzanne was, that is hunting land there. It's all that land, out there on that side is hunting. It's on across the street. It's a different zone, but I think this one's called number 86.
You're talking about it back over here,
where Suzanne was found. That land.
Yeah. So okay, so I got to go back.
Well, it's divided up into different what's it called, rangers, is it, that look after them, and different.
Yeah. So she's found on this dirt road right here to the right. So the tree's on the left side of the road, Suzanne's on the right side of the road.
Yes.
Okay. And
So
then
some
if
behind
you
you,
go
across the road, across the main road.
so over here.
1 second, I just have to look at your map. So I'm looking at you now, yeah. So Suzanne's on which side there now?
Suzanne is like right straight in front of us.
Yeah,
Right
okay.
here.
So on the is she on the left or on the right as I'm looking?
She's on the right of the road.
Okay, so on the other
Trees
side
on
of the
the
road,
left, she's directly across to the right.
some of that land over there belonged to water companies or something like that, you know. So some of that land isn't. You can't get onto that land hunting. But it's. I looked into this about 2 years ago, and this is ideal land for elk and.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So just 4 miles away from here now, on the other side of the road, is where his buddy is.
This way. Towards the mountains?
No, to go the other way. If you're looking at, that's 12 o'clock. Go to 3 o'clock. Turn the camera to 3 o'clock.
Okay, so where you're looking now, that's straight toward Moffett. So turn the camera
to the right.
Here. Okay. And then again?
Towards Crestone.
Okay, that is probably directly toward Crestone.
No, you're actually probably a bit more so Crestone's on the other side of the road, opposite the tree.
Over here?
Yeah. So no, tree we're looking at. Here. Yeah, that's Crestone over there. Those mountains at the backdrop of Crestone.
That's right. It's right here, yeah.
So if you go a little bit more left now. No, slowly. You move too fast. So keep going back to your left. That's the tree I'm looking at now. So basically behind you, if you look behind, instead of looking at
this way,
look at the mountains behind you, behind the tree. Yes, no, there. That direction over there is where Barry's buddy lives.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's roughly 4 miles as the crow flies, and it's I think 750 acres.
Wow. And it's got easy access too, because you have this road, but then there is another dirt road that runs this way. And I think there's one more. If you go up a little bit further, it just goes to the right. If my memory, I may be wrong. Maybe that's not the same road. But yeah, there's lots of access back over here.
So what I see here now, I'm looking at your picture, and I can see the tree.
Yeah.
Well, that's the wrong direction. That direction there you're looking at is heading towards Sawatch. Is that direction? Behind you is Crestone.
Yes,
so
that's right.
If you turn around, and if you look right up the road, 2 miles is Moffett, and Moffett is on both sides of the road.
So Crestone is going to be in this area.
So if you want to go to Crestone, you go up to Moffett and you take the first right, and you take the crossroads inside.
You go up this way and go right, and then you're going to get to like the base of the mountains, and then you're going to go right again.
Yeah, well, but you go. I think I'm not sure if you go right or left. Actually, I think you go left by memory. But anyway, that is.
Yeah, I think you're not.
That road, that road is
this down here. This is your area. It's a long way. It's deceiving on the picture. This is a long way down here. So you go up here, you go right, and then I think there is where is there I know what you're talking about. There is an area that you go into, and there's like some houses and like camp areas.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's to the left.
That's left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then if you keep going, so that would be maybe over here. That's probably a hunting camp area.
You're talking away about here and there. I only see a still on my. I'm still looking at the tree. So maybe you stopped sharing or something. I don't know.
Oh no, I'm moving the camera, so you're not seeing where the camera's moved.
No.
Maybe
Maybe.
it froze. Yeah, hold on, I'll reshare it. Yeah, you're right about the little housing area. I remember it now. Okay, so is it moving now?
1 second. No.
That's strange. Yeah, it moved that time for me.
I can see your cursor moving, but I don't see. I can see your cursor, but I don't see the camera moving.
That's so strange.
Your hand is moving on the. And now it's moving. No, the direction you're at now
is looking toward Moffat.
Yeah, and the sun is shining through the clouds, isn't it? So off to your right there is where that property is.
Yeah, so I think there is a road.
There is. Yeah, it's called T something. T. Gosh, what's it called?
Is it a dirt
it's
road?
It's a main road. No, it's a main road.
Oh, so it should let us go down it.
No, it won't.
Wonder why.
Well, it's just that Mr. Google.
Well, next time I go, I'll drive there and take some video down the road.
Because Barry had a name in his entertainment center. You know, it was when I zoom out here, right? I'll just let you know, Jules. When I zoom out, I have just where Suzanne is. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 pins in my 18 pins in my map.
For what?
Of people that in this area that have property that are either from Salida or have connections with Barry.
Oh my gosh. Really?
Names that I could just call out straight away. You'd know exactly who they are.
Wow. Is Miles' family, do they have property there?
No.
Okay.
I did,
all right, good.
Actually, I didn't even look up them, but no, they're good people.
But that's not who you were thinking about. That's not
no. These are people that you know. These people, not all of them, but you know at least 1, 2, 3.
What
4,
about
5,
the judge, Judge Murphy?
No.
Judge
Murphy? No, he was good. It was the other guy. It was Lama. It was the naughty judge.
Yes, he was. Is this the road?
1 second. It's when you come to the crossroads. There's the selling. 1 second. I'll go back onto your.
Is that it?
I'm.
Co-Road T.
Oh, hold on a second. T, yeah, T.
County Road T.
Country Road T.
So
yeah.
we're on the county road right now.
Yeah, it won't let you go down there. I don't think. Try it.
I'm going.
Well, if you do, it'll go right by this property I'm talking about.
Well, let me know.
Google? Are you on Google?
I'm on Google Maps. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, okay. We hit a brick wall. It won't let me go. Yeah. It won't let me go any further than County Road 60.
Okay. Yeah.
There. So now I know that when next time I go back, I got to go down and take video of what's down that road right there.
Oh, it's lovely down there. It's lovely. Down Crestone is actually quite nice. And there's this camp place you're talking about. It's down there, and there's there's a lot of information you find about that online. That camp place. I looked at all that.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time around here. Would you believe? And I had actually 1 or 2 markers in my map of near this direction, but not as far as here. I had the one in Crestone on my map.
Yeah.
So that is in Barry's
Jen,
call.
I would love to know.
His locations. Barry's locations.
Isn't
That
that crazy?
Crestone was in his locations.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to get to Crestone, you have to be 2 miles from where Suzanne's body is buried. Do you understand?
I do. I mean, like completely.
Yeah.
So
So
the
where you are now
people-
is 2 miles from where Suzanne is. Do you know what I mean? Where her body was.
Yeah.
And you that's the only way you can get to Crestone.
Golly. So I'm really curious about the people that have land here in Moffat or Saguache County.
Say again?
The people you said you got 17
Yes.
pins of people that own land there.
Yes. Yeah.
Email them to me.
Yeah, I will do.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Do you
And
think
these
he had help?
No.
You don't think there was anybody that helped him?
Would you ask me to help you?
Well, I mean, I'm not buried though.
No.
Right.
If a big, strong guy like him, why does he need help? If you have help,
you want to know my honest answer? I have an
I
honest
would-
answer.
I wouldn't have help. Nobody would know.
But I
God
think
forbid my wife does the dirty on me, because nobody would know. Not even the dog. And the dog here, she's looking at me. And
the
she'd
dog's saying,
blindfolded.
please, Daddy, don't hurt us.
She'd be blindfolded, so she couldn't tell anyone.
No, I think Barry is
I did think all along, Jules, 100%. I thought that he had to have help. It wasn't till about 2 years ago, I realized that he didn't need it. He didn't need help. See, I thought that he needed somebody at the house to pretend that there was Suzanne making the call, making the texts to
Yeah.
like show or whatever it was, making the messages to Libbler. And that's the only.
So you no longer believe that Show was helping him?
No.
Wow, I can't believe that.
No.
I totally think she was in on it.
No, I don't think she was. I think she knew he did it, but I don't think she knows anything about when, where, and all these things.
Yeah. Do you ever get the feeling that, Barry is he's like Al Pacino? Do you know? I don't want to say anything that I could get in trouble for saying.
When you say Al Pacino, in what film?
Well, Scarface or.
All right.
You know what I'm talking about.
No.
I don't think he's not sitting around with a pile of cocaine in front of him. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how he makes money, the way he does business.
Oh, he has a shady business. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he does too.
He was getting rid of people out of properties in Salida.
I know, it's terrible.
Like a bouncer, a heavy.
Yeah.
So he was called the people's. Normally, most of them were single parents. In COVID time, they couldn't pay their rent.
No empathy.
They couldn't pay their rent, and Barry and one of his heavies from the gym were going down there and ejecting these people, threatening them, and all that.
That's so disgusting.
And this was just before this happened to Suzanne, not long before.
And see, I think that Barry was emotionally overwhelmed when this happened to Suzanne. I think he got himself in a real problem. I think he was under a lot of stress for some reason, and I don't think it was something as simple as my baby don't love me no more. I think I think there was something related to big money or business, or he felt threatened, I think.
I think there was. Look, he's the type of guy. I know what type of guy he is, and he couldn't deal with somebody else having his woman. You know what I mean? And his wealth.
See that?
Do you know what I mean, to lose what he had, his castle. He would
Yeah,
lose that. He'd have to
that was
lose
a
that. See,
yeah. I can see him getting
status.
crazy over the idea of losing the house and his standing, right? His
Yeah.
business. I get that. I don't think it had anything to do with him loving Suzanne. Not at all.
No, the trophy. I'm talking about. She was the. You know what I mean? Everyone would say, "Oh, you're a very lucky man, lovely wife, lovely kids." You know what I mean? It's all part of the. All of a sudden, he was going. If this information was getting out,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? He was
What
going to
did
lose
he
all this.
say? Didn't he call her the body? Wasn't that what he called her in the affidavit? No, the interview, I think, with Grusing, that he called her, his friends called Suzanne the body.
All right, I didn't. I don't
Something
remember.
like
That's
there's
something new.
something like
That's
that.
something
Yeah.
new. I'd never heard that one though. That'd be something new I did never heard.
I mean, talk about objectifying a person, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the body? That's all? She's the body? That's crazy.
Yeah, but he did talk about her. You know, what I mean, that she had the body of like a 30-year-old and
Right.
this type of thing. So yeah. When you if you see what I see when I'm looking down on this area, you'd say, "Wow." Do you know
Well,
what I mean?
I hope that you will either take a picture and email it or
I will
just
do. I have your email. I'll send it to you.
yeah,
Um,
that'd be very
Now,
very
some
interesting.
of these people, I don't know who they are, but they're from Salida. Do you know what I mean? They have property, they own property there, and they're property from Salida. Then there's people that have property there who are workers, colleagues of Barry's, who work alongside them. It's unreal. Have property within a certain radius of where her body
And
is.
how can you discount that as being important?
Like we're talking 50 miles from Puma Park.
So what you're saying
Good distance away.
is that that this would be an area that he would at least be comfortable with because there's a common bond to it.
He's been out there a good few times, I'm sure, hunting mainly, I'd say.
Yeah.
So this one guy that's 4 miles away, as the crow flies, he's on that road we're looking at there, the T whatever.
That we can't get to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can't do. He's on that road, and this guy he's in Barry. Barry called him on Saturday or Friday
Oh
when
wow.
when everything went down.
Mm.
You know, I think he called a lot of people, but he's the only one he called that has. Oh no, the Stove and Spa people. They
The
have a
what?
property. The Stove and Spa.
Oh yeah.
They have relations that have a property right near as well.
Wow. Oh look, there's Sweetie Pilo. Hey.
I used
She
to be the
said,
part of all.
I love your discussion. Reverend Donna made me a believer in that ability, and I was an absolute critic and very skeptical before I witnessed her solve JJ and Tylee. I just showed the whole tree and everything. Yeah, it's just unbelievable, Sweetie Pie. It's just unbelievable. So,
Yeah. It's one of those things that you cannot just ignore it.
no,
It's
uncanny. Yeah, it's uncanny.
like the
That's
odds.
why. Go ahead.
The odds for knowing all those details is
It wasn't a lucky guess.
no couldn't
You
no could be lucky.
see, yeah, you
Could be
see
lucky.
the road that I just showed you. You see the whole horizon, and literally the only tree for miles and miles and miles is the one tree right across from where Suzanne is buried. That is not a lucky guess. I mean, because everything that we knew about Suzanne and Barry and the whole, disappearance, it was all up in the mountains with this big, huge, beautiful forest everywhere. So why would somebody who's just trying to scam you, they're trying to guess, how could they come up with, yeah, it's a weird tree. It's the only tree you can see. It's strange looking. so odd. Like it's just so
100%.
so odd.
That's the first thing you say. Isn't that tree so odd?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's exactly what she said.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That
Very strange.
it shouldn't be there, kind of thing.
Exactly.
Because I actually, first of all, thought it was the tree that was in County Road 105, on the beach site. I thought, because that's split at the bottom as well. That was
Yes.
2 trees, but they were really tall. I think they were like lime trees or maybe they were ash trees or something like that, but they were tall and thin, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But then she spoke to Ike Cassidy. She talked to Cassidy about it. She did an interview with Cassidy. It was about an hour long, but she spoke to him about these trees, and he could get what she was on about, where they grow low to the ground.
Yeah.
And he said that there was something like that up near Pullman Path, but I couldn't see.
Yeah. Hi, Donna. Welcome. We're actually talking about you. So,
I don't know.
all good, nothing bad. So, but
Long time no see. A long time no hear, I should say.
yeah, I just went down so I'm showing Saguache County, the Highway 17 along where Suzanne Morphew's body was found. And I'm trying to show people the significance of this tree, right? That it's not something that you just had a lucky guess, because you would never envision it in this area, because it's quite literally the only tree. And it looks just like what you described. I actually drove down there when last time I was in Colorado. We drove down there and looked, and I was just in complete amazement that literally you're just surrounded by, it's like the plain of lethal flatness, right? I mean, you can see the mountains in the distance, but it's just miles and miles and miles of just flatness, except that one place right there where Suzanne was. There's the tree, and it grows in a very strange way. So I'm a believer, and I got to tell you, before Tylee and JJ, I'm just completely dismissive. Like if I hear anybody talk about horoscopes or anything like that, it's just like, not going to waste my time listening. Just completely nothing. But the experience that I had listening to your reading with JJ and Tylee, and then saying, nope, this is too gruesome, not going to listen to this. And then what was 6 or 8 months later, they find JJ and Tylee. And I was just dumbfounded that their condition was exactly what was in your reading. That was my first jaw-dropping moment. And I thought, wow, this is really something. I don't know what to make of it, but it's something. And then when the tree came out and they found Suzanne, and I remember trying to find the location where Suzanne was found, and there was that tree. And immediately I went back to the reading that you had put out about the tree. And I was just like, wow, she did it again. She absolutely did it again. So thank you, Donna Serafina. I'm a believer, and I'm intrigued. I'm absolutely intrigued. We all were, Jules. That's why I had to make my videos. I couldn't believe no one was talking about it. It's not random. It wasn't a good guess. There's something else. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. You should be working for the FBI, Donna, or maybe you do.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But if you do, we'll never know. It's okay. So, all right. I don't know if I could go back and play. Hold on just a minute for Donna. I don't know if she's seen it or not. Let me see if I've still got it.
There was a guy that found the gun. Remember the guy that found the gun? He had he done great video of it. You know that guy?
He did, but he kind of just dropped off the map, didn't he?
Oh, because he was being abused.
There were a lot of people that came pretty hard for him.
Oh, they attacked him. And you know what? some people, like friends of mine, were
And
attacking
didn't
him,
he?
and I was
Didn't
saying
he find a gun? Didn't he find a
he found a
handgun or
gun. He
something?
found a gun. He found some sheets that looked like they could be the sheet that Suzanne could have been wrapped up in.
Yeah.
He found three different things. He found a gun. Something else he found anyway. I think there was three things he found, but my point was that he was just one of these boots on the ground that went out there, and he was doing good things. You know what I mean? But people attacked him. It was terrible. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people were like really
And do you know
thinking.
what? None of us are. Do you know what I mean? We're all got our oddities, and you know what I mean. So I wouldn't, as far as I was concerned, fair play to him, because I said it onto his if you look on his site on that when he spoke about it, I congratulated him because he went out of his way and he done this. You know what I mean? He traveled quite a distance. You know what I mean, to get there.
Oh, so he wasn't from that local area?
No, I think he's up Telluride up that way. Telluride, is it up that direction?
Oh, yeah, that's quite a bit. That's quite a drive, yeah.
Trying to think now. He'll show you, but it's Rico maybe or somewhere like that. I'm not sure. That sort of area.
I can't find that video. I showed earlier tonight. Maybe I have to go back to Reddit to get the link, I guess. Yeah, I guess I killed it off.
So I was trying to remember the there was a rattlesnake, Donna. That was I couldn't think of the name, but I have it in the file that you sent me. But it was the name of the tree as well. I think it was a prairie tree or something. But yeah, I remember when I looked at first. Well, I think it was Sweetie Pie's channel, and she had the stuff that you mentioned, and down in Salida, where County Road 105 is, there was the horse trail there. There was the mountains with the snow top on them. There was that tree that I thought, and then there was like a Taco Bell or something like that. That looked like it. And
yeah, the building, the old Taco Bell. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah.
There was a list of them, and I said, and then there was a sign, and I spent about a week finding a load of these things, but but definitely the tree is definitely you just have to say the first thing you'd say, because it shouldn't be there. Do you know what I mean?
No, you should see it in real life. It is uncanny. It is. I can't even tell you. I had. It just was surreal. It just was, and then you go on down the road 10, 15 miles, and it's just flat. There's nothing, and you think, how do you just have this one damn tree? Right? It's just, I don't know. It's a weird thing to see it, to be there.
I had some people in Salida. We were not going to mention who they were, but they were kind of helping me out. Well, that's what they were supposed to be doing, help me out. But they just on the east side of Salida, not far from that County Road 105, there was, you take a road up to the mountains, up to where the I suppose up where Suzanne would have been, up on the trail there, cycling little rainbow trail up that direction. But there was this big cabin, or not a cabin, but a trailer, and it was like the trailer that was beside the tree. And they were saying this was like a hunting cabin.
Yeah.
And it was just basically an old trailer, Do you know what I mean? It was parked up there, and you know, you could see that there was people, you know, maybe cooking there or barbecuing or whatever like that. And I wondered then, was that one near the tree serving the same purpose?
I don't know. There's just a little, there's like a shed under the tree. It's not a house, it's not a little cabin or anything, it's a shed.
Thanks, Carol.
But if you go, you know, the road that we were looking at a while ago, the County Road T?
Yes.
If you go all the way up that road, you're going to come to either you got to go left, you got to go right.
Yes.
If you go left, you kind of go up into this like little compound, and it's got like a little circular driveway, and there's maybe maybe 3 little houses, and I think one of those is sort of like a trailer kind of looking thing. But if you go to the right, that's different. If you go to the right, you're like kind of following along the base of the hills.
Yes.
There's maybe is there maybe an irrigation river or
yes, there is. Yes.
Yeah, and you could
across.
Yep. So you follow that. And do you know that if you take that irrigation river, do you know that takes you all the way down to Arizona?
Wow.
Yes. So I thought that was pretty interesting too, given the constant how we always get these connections to Arizona with Morphew.
Well, that road, that T road, as we're talking about, when you go to where you come to the foot of the mountains at Crestone, if you just turn left, that's where Barry has his marker. Just on.
Really?
Yeah, and that woman has family from Salida as well.
Who is it?
Morgans is their surname.
Really?
Morgans, yeah, and they, 2 boys, and the mother has 1 property, and I think the other property is identical, and it's split between the 2 boys. I think 2 sons, and one of the sons works in landscape gardening in Salida, selling the plants.
Yeah.
So maybe Barry was doing some work there or not, but isn't it strange?
It is so
the camper
strange.
village. I see the camper village now that you're talking about. Yeah, the camper village.
Yeah.
So it's past the turn off for the camper village. You come to the next turning on the left, and that's where. So yeah.
Are you looking at that on like Google or something?
On my Google Maps, yeah.
So you're just looking at a map. You can't actually see the property. There's no picture.
Oh, can I? I can't because there's no street view in. I don't think.
I see. Yeah.
I just put it on. I don't think there is in Crestone. There's not. But what there is there is a couple of highlighted dots that you can get pictures of, and they live quite close to one of those dots.
Interesting.
But I'll send you the coordinates are in Barry's. If you look at Barry's which documents is now rest, the ex-rests. So people's ex-rest, and you go into Barry's locations, and you see Crestone, and it gives you the coordinates, and you can just click into it and come up on Google Maps.
Yeah, so interesting. Mama Mo's, I would like to hear her answer to that. Would be interesting. What's the question? Let me find Mama Mo here. I did not yeah, that's Barry. That's a recent sighting. Donna, this was taken in Utah. Yeah. So it just hit the internet, I think today or yesterday. And he looks bad in my opinion. He definitely is not the same old Barry.
No, he looks rough.
Yeah.
As I said, he's probably not sleeping well at night.
He's got to know that it's
imminent.
time has come. Yeah, he's especially with the new information that came out on the 28th about Linda Stanley. You know, she didn't show up, and so they've got an automatic judgment against her. She's going to owe Colorado $300,000. Well, she's going to owe Moffat County, the three counties that were involved in Barry's jail. She's going to owe, or prosecution. She's going to owe them $300,000. That's the last hurdle to get the Linda Stanley and the Linda prosecution office put to rest. He's next. I'm convinced of it. I think they had to get all of the stuff with Linda Stanley taken care of, finished, done. Now it's going to be Barry's turn.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I think the lawsuit had to be sorted and put to bed, you know what I mean? And now you've got the appeal. So I don't know what's happening with the appeal. I haven't heard anything since before Christmas.
Which appeal?
The appeal for the lawsuit. There was a rewritten. The lawsuit was rewritten. Do you remember that now?
For you talking about ISIS and Barry?
Yeah.
Oh, they threw it out. It's over.
No. The second
December
one.
14th. I think December
right.
14th. It's over.
I know.
Am I wrong? I thought it was done now. Look how skinny his legs are, y'all. Ooh, he looks bad. There's another picture that you can see. Hold on, I'll stop it at the right place.
I'm just checking my documents. I thought it was an appeal that went in, and just another appeal, because she done a copy and paste of the lawsuit. So basically, she used the original one, Iris. Yeah.
So the last one that I thought was the last one to get thrown out was on December the 14th.
Right.
Of this just now.
Yes.
Weeks
The 9th.
ago.
I thought it was the 9th. No, I'm thinking I could be mixing up two different cases here. But
yeah. But I thought it was done. That's disappointing to hear that it's still going on. I thought that was it. December the 14th, the judge said.
I'd have to go check my emails now to see, but I can't do it here now because I'm doing something else. But
I mean, how did they prosecute that when they find her dead? Right?
Well, see, this was the thing that she removed all those parts, kind of, but she left in so much stuff, which was, it was like a big arrow pointing to stuff she left in. She made mistakes. It was, I think, Iris was looking for more money off Barry.
I think that's a certainty. Yeah, she saw that as a cash cow. She didn't want to let that go.
Yeah.
So, Sweetie Pie and Donna, we were talking about the new sighting of Barry and how bad he looks. Look at his cheekbone. Look at that. He is emaciated. Look how skinny his arms are here.
Hold on, are you sharing the? All right. Yeah.
Guilt is a terrible thing.
His head looks weird.
So weird because it's his skull.
Yeah.
Because it's just skull. If you zoom in, you can see the bones on him.
When he looks so strange when he had his first facelift. There was a party or whatever like that.
Yeah.
And he looked like somebody totally different. You know what I mean?
What I think that was?
What?
I think that was the effects of not having testosterone replacement. Okay, you talking about when he got out of jail?
No. No, this was
so you're talking about when he was arrested.
No, this was years before. This picture of Barry. There's a video of there having pizza. There's Shirley's there. They're all, I don't know where they are. It looks like they're in Salida, actually. It could be anywhere.
I don't know. I don't know which one you're.
There's a video, and he looks like a different guy altogether. He doesn't.
Well, when he was arrested, he still had like the telltale signs of a facelift that was healing.
Yeah.
And so when he got out of jail, I was so shocked by his appearance. I was like, oh my God, that doesn't look anything like him. But if you go look at it, his face looks really soft, right? It's kind of pudgy.
Yeah.
I think it's because he didn't have any testosterone replacement for, what was it? Was he in there 8 months or 6 months? I don't remember how long he was in there. 8 months? Anyway, now of course he's, back on his shots, so he looks normal again. Well, not normal, but but yeah, when he got out of jail, he looked like a little Susie Q. He looked like he was pretty soft. Yeah, that is shocking because I was watching and staring at the picture until you said it was Barry. I did not recognize it. It's uncanny, isn't it? He looks really bad. He clearly doesn't have enough money to join a gym. That's for sure.
He's probably not doing any hunting either. Like, would there be much hunting in Arizona? Maybe snakes or something. I don't know. What would there be there?
They hunt in Arizona.
Yeah, in Cape Creek.
Sure. Yeah, there'll be all kinds of hunting in Arizona.
Would there? All right.
Barry wanted to move there. Remember, he was trying to.
It's all you hear in the affidavit is Arizona this and Arizona that. Or even on the Saturday morning, Suzanne, when she's supposed to be talking about the pizza the night before, and she says, "Still talk about Arizona." This is Jeff is probably looking. What's this? Still talk about Arizona? Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
What Barry said
talking about that. Right. Yeah.
Like earlier, I mean.
So Martin, they have black bear hunting. They have mountain lion, bison, small game, dove, quail, and sandhill crane hunting.
Wow.
So that's why Barry wanted to go there. He wanted to go for the trophy hunting.
He wanted the mountain lion.
Yep. Lion?
Lion?
No, nobody's lying.
Carol, I was chatting with AK about 2 weeks ago.
How's he doing?
He's doing grand. Yeah, he was
awesome.
He was helping me out with something. I asked to do me a favor. So he's good. I think he's getting kind of looking forward to this kicking off again, I think.
Oh my gosh, it's just got to happen. See, so Donna said Iris quit, but the other lawyer has appealed and is asking the judge to reconsider and allow them to move forward with the $15 million lawsuit for Barry having to go to jail for strangling Suzanne.
This is Jane Bryceland. What's her name? She's got a double barrel name. Fisher. Jane Fisher Bryceland. She joined the team about a year before Drew left.
Yeah.
So she was in the interview. Remember the interview that the girls done with Barry, and then she spoke about, I don't think 15 million is a lot to ask for. That was her. She's from Norway, and her husband and her they have their own law firm as well.
But the problem, the thing that is confusing for me, it's not like someone lied on Barry. Like everything that they said, it was just that the judge threw it out, right? It wasn't that someone set him up. He wasn't wronged in any way.
Like if I went through the whole, I think there's 367 pages or something like that in her lawsuit.
Yeah.
And I could debunk 300 pages of it. Then you would have about 40 pages of facts, which are just facts. And then there's a gray area of stuff that I could sort of say, I don't really know, or else it's it is a bit dodgy. You know what I mean? There is a few dodgy things, but it's nothing compared to what she's done. Like I'd say Barry being losing weight, I bet Iris is losing weight because I'm spitting all this stuff out here, and people will see what I see. This I'm not making any of this stuff up. This is facts.
Right.
And you can go on Reddit now and look back my 3 posts before or 4 posts, and you will see I printed the documents and I highlighted on them 7 hours, -7, -6 on each call using the pen. You know, the pen you can use on the documents.
Yeah.
And I done it that way so it sticks out a mile. You can't miss it. And I also then done a small spreadsheet with the difference between the call logs, the extracted calls, and the times, what they should be, and the times which they are. And you can see them change as they walk down from as Barry leaves the hotel, coming down towards Salida. All of a sudden, they go from -7 to -6 back because they're talking. Barry's talking to Speezy, the dispatch, Deputy Brown. You know, people would remember if Barry turned around and said, "Oh no, you were talking to me at 8:30," or you know what I mean, or 8:40, and they said, "No, I was talking to you before you got home." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So they altered those ones, but the rest of them are still the same. So are all the calls wrong, or what is the story? But something has to be sorted out about it. So they need to get the call logs again downloaded from the device, and then somebody to extract them properly. It's Celebrite to have them extracted properly, and then compare them to what Iris has been putting in court, because she has exhibits on these. She has the exhibits on them, II and HH and all sorts.
You know, I just can't. I just can't understand how her logic tells her that she can, even if the judge says, okay, you can go ahead and move forward with your lawsuit. That has got to take some real courage. You have got a body that was found in the middle of the desert that's got BAM in it, and you've got an arrest affidavit where he's saying, oh yeah, the BAM is mine. I brought it from Indiana with me.
Do you think for one minute that she thought that this was going to go this far? I think she just took as much money as she could get off Barry. This was like the equivalent of the AA, if not even more.
Yeah. No, I think no, as soon as Iris finished with this, she took off to Connecticut. Is it Connecticut? Yeah. I think it was Connecticut. Yeah, no, she saw that 3 million and she said, oh, my retainer's 3 million. Right? I think that was it.
Yeah.
Just take what she could, you know, which was actually Suzanne's money, which is a shame.
Yeah, yeah. So. Well, I don't know. I think that money's safe, actually. Suzanne's money was safe.
I think so. No. As soon as she put the money into the house to buy the house, that was community property. At that point, it was no longer protected as inheritance. So that's how he got the money. Selling the house, all of that became his. And then he turned around and gave it to Iris. But that was a good thing, right?
And do you know what? Yeah, 100%. I'm delighted she got the money. Well, not that I like Iris. I think I prefer that. I think I prefer Barry than Iris, actually. That's how much I despise Iris.
But there's something mildly satisfying about the idea of Barry living in a rundown trailer behind a biker bar, right?
Yeah.
It's a good feeling. So
he probably loves it down there now.
You think? I don't know.
No,
he wants the money. He doesn't care that other people, you know, look at him as a big fancy businessman. He just wants the money so he can buy the fancy tools and go hunting, and he's an antisocial. I guarantee you, he's an antisocial introvert. I
Yeah,
guarantee you, he's not a he doesn't care about people.
yeah. He's that guy in the bar that's standing on his own, wherever else is chatting and whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No. In fact, the pizza thing you were talking about a while ago.
yeah,
Everybody in that picture is smiling and laughing except Barry.
yeah.
He just looks like he's out of place, like he doesn't belong.
But his face looks like, now I've seen people having surgery before, but wow, it's really his bone structure or something. There's something really weird about that particular photograph.
I'm gonna go pull it back up and look at it when we finish talking.
Yeah, it is really like it. It made me look at it twice when I first seen it. I look back, wow, because it's so different.
Yeah. There's
And this was probably a part of his midlife crisis kind of thing going off. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because people change their looks. You know what I mean? Start working on their body. Dressing up a bit in new big car, and you know what I mean? Flash. This is what.
Yeah,
I'd say
he does have a looking at him throughout the years, he does dramatically change the way he looks.
Yeah, that's what I said. Lon Chaney. It's a man with a thousand faces.
1,000 faces.
Yeah, Lon
I was
Chaney.
gonna see if I could find the pizza picture. Let me keep looking here.
But it's a video, actually. We just
Is
see
it a-
stills. It is a video, but you see stills of it in the. But it's when they show it as a video, it's kind of done in slow motion. You mean, if I remember rightly? But yeah,
Yeah.
if you Google it, I think I don't know if it's still there, but I remember seeing it before. Actually, there's so many pictures have disappeared.
That's kind of weird, isn't it?
No, it's not. Like, this is what they do. Like, this thing when we were discussing what myself and Kurt were discussing when Kurt lost his channel was what I'm talking about is what I've been putting on Reddit. All the stuff
I
about
don't
Iris.
know. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was Iris. Yeah.
No, it was, and they got the channel. They said that we were doxing. That's what they were, doxing people, because we put up public documents with the phone numbers and the names, but they were public documents. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So then we retracted all that out of it, and then we put it up again. We were discussing it, and we were getting massive views on this stuff. And all of a sudden, then the channel was taken down. So there's the power. The power is there to be able to and like we had the judge attacking them. We had Rice, and we had, God knows, I can't think of half these people, but all these people that came out of the woodwork, just their job was to attack this small little YouTube channel that we'd only like 3,000
So crazy.
3,000
So
subs.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts.
And
Absolutely nuts.
when you're talking about on TV, you've got the judge making false claims. My God.
They went after AK hard.
Oh yeah.
You remember that
Yeah.
mess that happened in the courtroom where they were saying that he was
Yes.
like recording and live streaming. You remember all that?
Yeah, but
That was so bizarre.
so that was when Morphew was in charge. But I'm talking about when we were releasing this stuff about 2 years ago. Was it about a year and a half?
Yeah,
2
no,
years ago?
you're talking about when the channel came down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that was
we had-
Iris.
yeah, it was Iris, but she she got people to turn on Kurt, friends of Kurt's, to turn on him.
Terrible.
No, there would be real friends. The friends that he knew through Suzanne and everything. I mean,
Right.
but
right.
they turned and blackened his name and said nasty
They
things,
did.
put up horrible stories about him. And this was all to do with what we were putting out on that channel. We
Yeah.
were telling the truth, and they wanted to shut us down. It's up on Reddit now.
But now the cat's out of the bag. Linda
Yeah.
Stanley's been done for.
Yeah.
They know the information has come out about what Iris did. That
Yeah.
it's coming. And I don't
You
see
can't stop it now.
No,
This-
you can't put it back. You cannot put it back in the bottle. No. I don't see how Barry for a minute thinks that he's going to move forward with a $15 million lawsuit against the state.
No.
The state did nothing wrong. Zero. Nothing. They've already sanctioned Linda Stanley in the hardest way imaginable. Nobody's gonna go, sure, you can have $15 million of Colorado taxpayer money because Barry killed his wife. That's silly. That he in the arrest affidavit, he is freely telling Grusing that the BAM is his. He takes ownership of it. He tells where he gets it from a veterinarian. That means there's going to be a paper trail.
Yeah.
So she had it in her bone marrow. He's done. He's finished. But look at this picture. This is the picture I was talking about. The day that he got out of jail, look at his face.
Yes. Even that one. That's another face now. It's a different one.
Yeah. But it looks so soft and fudgy.
Yeah, I'd say he got beaten up in jail.
You think he got beat up?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll daydream about that. That's funny.
But but if you look, you could put 6 or 7 pictures of Barry, and they all look different, really different. You know?
Yeah, let me put this one out. Yeah, maybe he is very, very good friends with his plastic surgeon, because he does seem to change like the wind. Look at this picture. I mean, you'd never even guess that's the same guy. This guy looks like Mr. Hollywood, right?
Like, do you think that if he ever ran, we'd ever find him?
I mean, he seems to have a really, really good plastic surgeon. Yes, Mama Mo, so feminine the day that he got out of jail. But maybe he made a special friend when he was in jail.
Yeah,
maybe he was getting in touch with his
feminine
lighter side.
Yeah.
And then let's see if I can find another picture where he looks just weirdly. Oh, well, this picture, he looks
shapeshifter.
He is a shapeshifter. He scares me.
Excellent.
He's a creepy guy.
He is a creepy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a creepy guy. That's a fact.
Let's see. Here's another picture of him looking totally just a completely different person. Not even the same person. Like, what did they do? I mean, that was after the effects of the facelift, right? So I guess that's one reason why he looks different, but I don't know. The newest Barry in Utah, he looks like he has got a terminal illness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His skull looks deformed. You know what I mean? Or is it a photograph? I'm not sure.
No, it looks weird. Yep. If his hair was longer, he would look like Bill Clinton. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, kind of. I feel real sorry for those girls. Feel real sorry for them.
Yeah, but you know what? I do feel sorry for those girls, but I think they'll get on much better when he's in a safe place.
I would agree.
They will be able to do their own thing and come to terms and grieve and all those things if that's what they feel they need to do.
Yes.
But they can't even grieve because he's around.
Well, they're scared to death of him.
100%, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I bet Jeff Libler is still shaking in his boots, worried.
Oh, he's got
mean-
the Jeff Libler has the finest security system that money can buy.
I don't know. I'd say could it be a deal done there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's terrified. Yeah, this is the picture when he's still healing from his plastic surgery, from his facelift.
But the video of him having the pizza is not when he had the surgery, isn't it?
No, I think that was from several years before, when they had their friends over, right? Wasn't it like Suzanne's birthday or something?
Yeah, somebody's birthday.
Yeah.
I don't know whose birthday
I
was.
can't,
it was the
find
friends, yeah.
the video. That's the one I'm looking for, but I can't. Let's see.
So that's the safe. That's his gun safe, isn't it? Or is it
Where?
the one picture of him?
Oh no,
That-
you can't see very well. This is the copy of like a Sports Illustrated magazine.
Oh, right, okay.
And so I took it and I put Deer and Wildlife Stories with Barry Morphew. And
Okay.
the story was darting deer. And so
Yeah.
I
Deer
crossed it
wives.
out and put wives, and then I put his face on top of the hunter. No, it's not a real picture.
Yeah.
It's me being a smart aleck. Yeah. Shoot, I wish I could find that video.
But he's been out free for too long,
Yeah.
way too long, and he needs everyone. For everybody. He needs to be locked up. This is wrong, so wrong.
Yeah, however it happened, however it unfolded, he did a bad thing,
Like if I tell you now, people would disagree with me, but if my brother done something like what he done, I would deal with him myself probably, and then send him to the.
Absolutely.
You mean? Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't cover for anybody.
Yep.
Nobody. No.
And I think about it a little different than you do.
He's ruined all the people that supported him. He's ruined their lives as well.
Look,
Do you know what I mean?
he has destroyed his family's lives.
Yeah. 2 families.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's incredible. I cannot find the video. I know which video you're
I tell you
talking.
something. Somebody asked me the other day on Reddit if we could find somewhere to keep all pictures of, and they're right, because when I start looking for pictures, they're gone. A lot of these pictures are gone.
So you
down.
think maybe it was
No.
taken down, huh?
Taken down, yeah, pressured. But like, if you see what's going on in Massachusetts with the Karen Reid case, what the corruption and everything that's gone on there,
Oh yeah, it's been terrible.
I now understand a lot more about what's going on in Barry Morphew's case. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But people would say, "Are you crazy?" Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? You're conspiracy. You know what I mean? One of these guys that thinks everything's conspiracy. No, it's true.
You say, no, I don't think everything is a conspiracy, but this is damn sure a conspiracy.
Yeah, or this part of it, or do you know what I mean? Or it's not actually. It's not even a conspiracy. You're calling it a conspiracy.
It's the real deal.
Carol M. Yeah. Karen Reid is innocent, 100%.
I think so too.
Yeah. I have stuff as well on Karen Reid that I can't get it out there. I tried to get it out. I have stuff that can prove that she's innocent, but there's so much stuff that can prove she's innocent, but I have stuff and I can't get it out there because it's number one, people want to know that you're legit. You know what I mean? That you're not a crank. I've even tried to get hold of the defense.
Yeah.
No. So I've done this. I've already been through this with Suzanne. I've all this information, and you can't get it out there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, how many times did AK try try to
Yeah.
get help from the cops, get information
Yeah.
out, and they didn't want it.
No,
It's very
they
strange.
looked at him as a problem, and that was it. You know what I mean? They couldn't
There's
see
that
past.
infamous photo.
Oh shit! And you know, I I used to know a girl that she used to run like that with her hands down by her side when she was running. And my dad used to always say, "Oh look, here's what's her name now. Watch." And she used to run, and her hands go side to side instead of, you know what I mean? But she reminds me of that so much.
Yeah, I couldn't believe when she said that people said she looked like Suzanne.
Oh my God! I
I
said
was like,
that.
I don't think
I
so.
started that. I
Yes,
started the rumor.
Shosho said that.
No, I know, but she said that, but I said it in some I can't remember, some show somewhere, or so I put it somewhere anyway. And all of a sudden, this thing took off. Like, it was like, oh my God! I was only kind of half joking, like.
Yeah, not
I just
exactly.
thought, I actually no. But my point was, I thought that Barty would have gone for the young 30-year-old.
No, she was actually so
Older.
truthfully, Shosho or Shoho.
She's 2 years older, I think.
She was actually a pretty good match for Barry, in my opinion.
I'd say she could beat the living daylights
Yeah,
out of him as
she
well.
was an outdoors person. She was pretty rugged. You know, she wasn't exactly a wilting flower.
No.
She's kind of nuts, right? Kind of crazy. So they probably were a pretty good match. I don't think he deserved Suzanne, not by a long shot.
No.
Well, yeah. So I'm seeing what you mean by things going missing. I mean, that is not. It is gone, and I remember it just plain as day.
Oh yeah. Somebody has they be kept on the people will have them in their Facebook groups and whatever. But
Yeah.
I have. I was just marching plan there. I put a lot of work in on one particular thing with Karen Reid, and it's black and white. You know what I mean? It's nothing to do with what all the other stuff people are doing. This is something completely different that just I can't really say anything about it.
Can you do a Reddit page maybe and maybe try to get their attention that way?
There is I can't read it on Reddit, but I've never been on it. Do you know what I mean? And I think a stranger coming in and the other thing is they're graphic. Do you know what I mean? They're graphic photographs.
Oh yeah.
And this is the other problem. Do you know what I mean?
And sometimes people don't want to be confronted with it.
Yeah. Maybe I tried to get on with Turtle Boy, and but all he wanted me was to send him all the information. You know, Turtle Boy is. You probably don't know who he is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know who that is. I think he's in trouble legally too, isn't he?
No, he's part of the corruption as well. He's been falsely accused. So, but they'll never get him because he knows so much. Do you know what I mean? They took on the wrong guy with him. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't like Karen Reid.
I see.
And now Karen Reid is so strong, unreal. That girl, she is just she's an inspiration.
Yeah.
I think after all this is over, I think that this will be what she will do. She will help people who are in her situation be a voice for these people.
That would be really interesting.
I think she will. She's very intelligent, and she just God, how people think she's guilty is beyond me.
Well, I mean, they absolutely manipulated photographs, right?
Oh,
why would you do that? Why would
CCTV.
you do that if you were putting on an honest case?
Look, all they want is the videos, and they're saying, "No, we haven't got them. We've lost them."
Terrible.
You know what I mean?
Then they should
you want
drop
the
the charges.
metadata. What?
They should drop the charges if they lost them.
But the judge is crooked.
Oh, of course, yeah, for sure.
She's so. This is where the conspiracy is. You got all these people that would. You need the crooked judge. You need probably 2 or 3 of them actually, and you need the crooked cops. You need all the pieces in between to be able to do what you're doing, whatever it is that you're doing, which is illegal. This you need all these people, and when you're a cop and somebody comes along and say, "Here, I'll give you a favor here," and you accept that favor, bang, you're gone. You're in now. You're in with the, you'll be called upon. This is how they do it.
Yeah.
So you just, everyone's taking a piece of pie. Here's your piece of pie. You know what I mean? Just take a piece. You know what I mean? And then before you know it, remember that piece of pie?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I need you to do this. Look the other way, or drop this in the garden, or
That's right.
there's a gun. And that's how it happens. And they might call on you for 4 or 5 years until you're needed. And these guys were all called on just to try and put this woman into prison.
Yeah.
An innocent woman who lost her boyfriend. Like, she hasn't even had a chance to grieve.
And why do you think they're trying to put her away? Just to save the cops?
Yes, to save the guy the guys that killed her boyfriend.
Yeah.
And I don't even think it was meant to happen. I think he was meant to get a bit of a hiding, I think, or put in his place. But I don't think they meant to kill him. I think he was knocked backwards, and he hit his head, and that's what killed him, basically. But he was attacked in the house by a dog and by...
I agree.
And by one of or 2 of 4 people.
Yeah. Yeah, there was definitely some shady business that happened in the house.
And I know that case fairly inside out as well, but there's so many people doing a great job on it. You know what I mean? There's so many. They've got loads of lawyers who have their own TV channels or YouTube channels. Such a great job.
Yeah.
And we don't have that really with Suzanne. Do you know what I mean?
Not at all.
We didn't have, we have a lot of channels, but they've got, people that immediately you can look at these people and you say, well, they're respectful. And then you got another dodgy lawyer and he's support the other side. Do you know what I mean? You could tell him a mile away.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. But there's a lot, these cases, like I can't even understand. I cannot wrap my head around what's happening in the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah.
I think about that all the time.
I mean, they say, oh, well, we don't have any evidence of wrongdoing. I'm like, okay, you also don't have any evidence that this mom and dad are completely sweet and kind and do anything wrong. You're sitting on 5 CPS cases. Oh my goodness, it's gotta be.
That's very similar to what's going on with Karen Reid, but it's just more in the rural part of Tennessee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's your Keystone Cops kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a bit like what was in Salida. Do you know what I mean? Very similar. So you've got fairly hard to, like, mum's the word. You know what I mean? There's a lot of digging to be done there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
With the Karen Reid one, it's so blatantly obvious that it's gonna. You know what I mean? You can't just keep going with this. But they're hanging on with their nails. The judge, the prosecution. You see what happens in court. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
and the whole world is watching. The whole world is watching this.
And they don't seem to care that everybody's watching.
No, because people's gonna be put away.
Yeah.
The judge will probably be put away. The McAlberts, all them, the Alberts and the McCabe's, they're going away. So, and then there's going to be half the cops that covered up. When you think there's at least 40 to 50 people that are involved in what they've done to Karen Reid, if not more, and they all have to pay. So that's why they're hanging on. Like the feds know.
And it's true that the county that they hired, or Commonwealth, they hired their own attorney.
They hired a different attorney. They hired
for the county.
For the Commonwealth.
Wow. So they know they know they're in trouble.
They couldn't get none of the their attorneys would step up for the take on the case. So they brought in Hank Brennan. He was in the Bolger case. You know, what's his name? Wiley Bolger.
Yeah.
So he was a part of the defense for him. They brought him in as prosecution, and this guy is an idiot.
Wow.
And he's making. I could go on about for. I don't want to talk about it actually, but it's just. It's just.
And you want to know something, Martin? We don't have time to talk about another case because the sun is coming up where you live.
It is 2:50 here. I'm 50
minutes. I thought it was later than that.
No, I'm grand. But I will drop off here in a minute now. I'll just finish up. Thank you, Jules, for letting me on here.
Of course.
Chat about this. But yeah, I do want to. I have a lot of stuff, and I was talking to one of my friends in Reddit today, and I was just they're struggling to understand the information I'm putting out there.
Yeah,
because a lot of people they talk about Suzanne and the but nobody knows the depth I'm going into. Do you know what I mean? And
no, I do. Yeah, and I think
like you understand a lot of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of what I'm talking about. I mean, there's no two ways about it. But there's a lot of people that don't. And when you start talking about coordinates and times and when you talk about UTC time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which I'm in Greenwich Mean Time. I'm in UTC time.
Right.
But when it changes next month or this month, I'll be in daylight savings time, which will be different than Greenwich Mean Time. So I'll be the hour. We'll be forward 1 hour. You know what I mean? From Greenwich Mean Time. So everyone that has daylight savings times has that same thing going on. But you try to explain this to some people that haven't a clue. It's like talking about the DNA. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's the reason, Martin, that I say that we need to take the information that you've put together. We need to turn it into of a more like simplistic visual representation. Something that can kind of help people start organizing the information in their brain before they start looking at the actual specific details, because that's where they get lost, is in all those numbers.
That stuff I sent you a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
That was the timeline for Friday and Saturday, right?
I'm going to do a video. I'm going to do a video on it. It's really helps to envision the problem with the phone calls.
Oh yeah,
it's really great. It's really great.
Yeah. I changed the colors. You see, like I did in that one earlier. Oh, you didn't see that? Sorry. Yeah. But the one in Reddit, I've done a different colors for say.
I must have been looking at the Reddit one. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've done a different colors so you could identify, who's making whose calls. Suzanne's
so helpful.
Labelers, Barry's. Then you have the truck thing going on.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of, it's as close as I can get to doing people acting it out. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's like a script, basically. So I'm trying to do that now. When I'm putting up stuff on Reddit, I'm trying to think how I can put the information out there that even if people are looking at it and they haven't a clue and they might just give me a thumbs up or whatever like that, somebody will come along at some stage and say, wow, this guy's onto something here. And then they'll go back through my stuff and they'll say, right, so it's going to be documented. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they will have all the answers. They have all the data.
Yeah.
And if I had the data in front of me, I could tie Barry into Moffat into that spot, guarantee it.
Yeah.
If I had access to what they have. So they have it. They don't have to look for more. They already have what they need.
Well, I think that's I'm gonna the two that you've already sent to me, I'm gonna put together something for a video.
I might send you a new copy of that because I edit them if I come across something. It could be a time or something like that. I edit as I go along, so I'd have the updated version of that.
Okay.
There might be just one entry in there that might have to be taken out, but I'll do that and I'll send that off to you again. So you get it. And I'll send you this picture that I'm talking about. This just to show you what I'm looking at when I look at Moffat. I'm looking at it's like there's pins everywhere to Moffat.
That's amazing.
I have links to Salida and Barry Morphew and his workers and all that.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's too much information, Jules. Do you mean when I look at my Google Maps, when I click on Google Maps, and I can see the USA from it's a globe, you know what I mean, and I can see it, and my pins I can see them from outer space because there's so many of them. Like when I put on my Google Maps, my computer groans. It
says, "No, not again."
You know, so
yeah, you've definitely been devoted. Yep.
So, yeah, I tell you what we do, Jules. I'll drop you this stuff, and we must have a chat, and we must come up with something.
I totally agree. And I'd really like this stuff to be out there before they arrest him again, just to try to help the prosecution get a handle on what they're looking at. You know what I mean?
I tell you something, I would love to speak with Ann Kelly or some of our team, without if it didn't interfere with the case or against Barry, which I don't think it would. But I know where nobody spent as much time with this as me, 100%.
Oh, I would agree.
I know exactly where to point them to, what files, what file numbers, the whole lot to look at. But it just like what I'm showing, even though if they looked on Reddit of my last 4 posts, it's all new evidence that nobody has really known about.
Yeah.
And my last 4 posts on Reddit. Whether you can understand that or not is a different thing. Because it is difficult.
Yeah. Well, and maybe one of the reasons why it doesn't, like when I look at it, I see what you're putting, I see what you're showing, but I've also kind of been watching in lockstep, kind of growing with the documents, the information as you developed it.
Yeah.
So that's
it is. I kind of doing it as a storyline in a way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In my head, because I was going to do a different post yesterday and I changed my mind because I wanted to carry on with the time, and I called it the times they are a changing, Barry. That's what I called it.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like
it. And that's what it was all about. All these times that were changing, and people don't know about it. Do you know what I mean?
And all you got to do is get someone from the prosecution to pay attention, and then they'll understand why things aren't matching up.
Yeah.
But they just need to see it, right? And I mean, how many years, literal years, has it taken for you and AK to kind of see the inconsistencies and figure them out?
Like it took us
years.
It took us probably 6 months to put the data onto a spreadsheet first, right?
That's crazy.
And then to look at every coordinate, and then if you put in the
Crazy.
wrong coordinate, it brought you somewhere, and you was, what's he doing over here? One coordinate brought us in the middle of the Gunnison River on an island,
Wow.
but we put in the wrong digit.
Yeah.
And so it was at 206 instead of 205. And I'm 7AK. We're nearly dancing. He was dancing in Colorado, and I was dancing.
Yeah.
And next thing, I said, "Hold on a second, let me just double check this thing because it was too close to Gunnison, where the Mallory was and everything."
Right.
And on this island, and it was the Bobcat. But found out then.
You're like, oh damn, that's not
lab.
it. Yeah.
But yeah, there was 6 months of doing that before we even got to look at the stuff. And then as we were then trying to get our heads around it, it's so much stuff, you know what I mean? But now I can nearly tell you coordinates off the top of my head. No mind.
Oh, I can tell.
Mm.
Sure. So, all right, you better go to bed, or it may be your wife killing you.
Oh God, yeah. I drop her off to work in the morning. Thanks, folks. I appreciate all the nice things you're saying in the chat. I see you.
And thank you so much, Martin, for coming up and educating us. And we need to do more with very Morphew stuff, like actually looking at the details.
Yeah.
So I think it's a really good investment of time to plan on doing that.
We can do this, and we can go through it, item by item.
Yes, I agree.
And then they've got a picture, and we could start either on May. I think the best time to start would be May 8th, really. Start on May 8th and go through to May 9th and then 10th. But
there's we've got May 7th. In there information from May 7th on
very little. There is information for May 7th, but the funny thing about May 7th, I'd say, well, the one thing is that Barry has basically his truck telematics turned off for the whole day, apart from about 3 o'clock. He goes to George Davis's gym. George is a gym beside his house.
Yeah.
Small shed. And Barry goes there. And that's the only telematics we have from his truck. Then we have a little bit from his Bobcat. He went and got his Bobcat tire removed or changed. But no, there's very little on. But we have odometer readings, which are handy, which tells us where we don't know where he's gone, but we know the mileage he's done. So we take away the mileage that we know he's done, and then you're left with a different bit of mileage, and then you have to work out where he's been and back.
And see, that's a whole different live, right?
Yeah.
To focus on that, to explain it, will take 2 hours.
God, you need a picture. Yeah. And I had to do this. Kurt left me alone for about 3 days, and I'd done all this, and I'd done it in a picture kind of format to explain to him the journey. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Now you can do this on Google Maps. I'm not good enough for doing that, but there are people. Aussie Insider done some stuff for us on it, where you can do the journey, but just you follow the journey on with little dots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's lots of different ways of doing it. But I do most of mine on Bing Maps, and because I think they're great, and you can add on so many different locations, and they'll bring you everywhere you want to go, and they have the map there. So
that's cool. I haven't ever used Bing Maps.
Oh, I use them. I think they're more accurate than a lot of the other ones. I find that for whatever reason,
I'll have to explore that.
Yeah, Bing Maps, and then go into directions, and then you just put in all your different directions. You can put in coordinates or addresses. They're really good. Some other ones, other map places, they won't do the coordinates. They want the address. So anyway, listen, I'm gonna go, and it's been great chatting with everybody.
Well, send me the picture that shows the
I will.
the points on the map.
I will.
All right.
Definitely.
Sleep well. It was wonderful to talk to you, and apologize to your wife.
No, she'd be fine.
Okay. Well,
She's very
apologize
used to
to
it.
the dog.
I will. I will
All right.
apologize to the
Good
dog.
night. Good
All right.
night,
Good
Mark.
night.
Bye. You're so funny. All right, everybody. So that was a nice conversation, right? Hi, Ann. Barry is in Arizona. No, that video, Barry is in Utah, Moab, Utah, with Macy. So it's very interesting. He's not looking very well. So maybe that void in his telematics was when he dug the grave. I mean, there's still that conversation about when he actually, did he prepare the site before the day she died in preparation, or was it all like one night after it all happened? You just don't know. So there's really no way of knowing that, Carol. All right, everybody. This has been a 5-hour live. I don't ever do these lives, these uber long, crazy lives. And yet we did it on what topic? Barry Morphew, of course. So if you're just coming in and you've kind of missed the whole thing, the beginning of this 5 hours ago, I actually present information on Linda Stanley, her court cases, the new Barry sighting, and then we Martin Smallwood and I started talking about evidence from the case against Barry. So I invite you to go back to the beginning of the video and watch it. Please make sure that you have hit the thumbs up. And of course, I would love it if you would subscribe, but some people don't like to do that, and I understand that. So we are going to focus this week on some Barry Morphew type information data, and kind of try to start getting either a playlist together, or I don't know, maybe I want to just do like a whole different channel that's just the Barry Morphew information. I don't know. I'll have to give that some thought. Hey, Diane, I hope you are doing well, my friend. Love listening to Martin's knowledge on this case. You two are great together. Thank you, Diane. Yeah, he's so much fun to talk to. And he knows, like, he's got encyclopedic level knowledge about this case. So it's very, very interesting. All right, y'all, I got to go to sleep. I got to get up and walk. I'm going to get blood clots. I've been sitting here for 5 hours. It's terrible. All right, y'all are great. I sure do appreciate you coming and being a part of the conversation, and, basically just staying focused, and sooner or later, Suzanne Morphew will get justice, right? Please subscribe, hit the thumbs up on your way out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Well, I'm sitting in my chair late at night, watching crime unfold under the pale moonlight. From the darkest corner, stories unfold. True crime jewels, she's brash and she is bold. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep into the mysteries that never sleep. From missing kids in Tennessee to angry husbands named Barry. True crime's calling, and we're taking the time. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. This True Crime Jewels got what you need. From missing people to twisted minds, we're unraveling secrets old Barry tried to hide. Every clue, every twist and turn. In the world of crime, there's always more to learn. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep into the mysteries that never sleep. From Christopher's anger to Stephen Fisher's lies. The truth is calling, and justice won't be denied. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. True Crime Jewels on the YouTube streets. Likes are low, suspense is high. We're chasing truth, we spot every lie. Step into the darkness, hold on tight Two flashlights out there in the dead of night. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep. Barry Morphew's case is hot. A boy in Tennessee won't be left behind. From the coldest cases to the ones that shine, true crime's calling, and we're taking the time. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. This true crime jewels got what you need. We're always watching Barry and waiting for the truth. In the world of crime, we discuss the proof. So hit that play and join the true crime journey with jewels of thought and her gemstone family.